This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Justin Davies at the plate, the winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on, bouncing ball left side, off the mitt, up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. The Ducks are one flag away from the championship. Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions. Line puck up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play, and the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. Going back is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch. Adam Bailey makes the catch, and for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show.
And a pleasant good morning and welcome to Bridgeport, Connecticut, where today the Long Island Ducks go up against the Bridgeport Bluefish in the second game of this three-game set, a morning affair from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Hello, everybody. I'm Mark Schwartz. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Monday morning in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Well, last night it was the Ducks in a comeback effort that took the game over the Bridgeport Bluefish by a final score of 5-4. For the Ducks, it was a comeback effort after they had lost on Sunday afternoon to the Lancaster Barnstormers 8-1. They bounced back with a strong win last night against the Bluefish in a game that had pegged to be a nice pitcher's duel between Duck starter John Brownell and the Bluefish starter Tomo Oka. Before we get into last night's game, the Ducks enter today's ball game with an overall record of 8-8, back at an even 500 on the 2014 season. The Bridgeport Bluefish enter today's ballgame with a 9-8 record. The Ducks were able to gain a game not only on Bridgeport but also on Somerset yesterday when the Patriots fell to the Camden River Sharks 1-0. So currently the Liberty Division standings as of this very moment, Somerset sits atop the division with 11-6 record. Bridgeport's 2 games behind at 9-8. The Ducks are 2.5 games back at an 8-8 record. And the Camden River Sharks round up the division with a 4-14 mark. So the Ducks are now 5-5 in their last 10. They've won 1 consecutive game. And now they'll go up against the Bluefish here today, looking to make that 2 consecutive games. But last night, it was a comeback effort for the Ducks after Bridgeport got on the scoreboard first in the bottom of the first inning. The first batter, James Simmons for the Bluefish, reached on an E5. And he then came around to score when the next batter, Sean Burrows, lined an RBI double into the right center field gap. That put the Bluefish out on top 1-0. Bridgeport then added a second run later in the inning on a sacrifice fly by Prentice Redmond. So it was 2-0 Bluefish once we moved to the top of the second inning. That's when the Ducks got things started offensively against Bluefish starter Tomo Oka. Joash Brodeen led off with a base hit. Adam Bailey then followed up with a base hit. And with runners on first and second and 1 out, Cody Puckett came up to the plate riding a 6-game hitting streak, and he would get the Ducks on the board.
As the 1-1 to Puckett is grounded through the hole on the left side and into left field for a base hit. Joash Brodeen will score from third, an RBI single by Cody Puckett, his 6th run batted into the season. And the Ducks are on the scoreboard here in the top of the second inning. They trail now 2-1.
So that was myself, Mark Schwartz, on the call yesterday and the evening affair against the Bluefish. So it was 2-1 Bluefish at that point. John Myers then came up to the plate for Long Island. He reached on a fielder's choice, which advanced Adam Bailey over to third base. And then Myers, with Brian Peacock at the plate, tried to steal second. And what happened next was a throwing error by the catcher, Luis Rodriguez, that eventually tied up the ball game for the Ducks at 2 apiece.
Again, runners on the corners, 2 outs. Taking off from first is Myers. The knuckleball's high. The throw down to second. Not in time, and it skips underneath the glove of Castro. Rolls into center field, and into score from third base is Adam Bailey. It'll be an E2 charged against Luis Rodriguez, the catcher for Bridgeport. He tried to throw out John Myers, stealing second base. The throw was low, skipped under the glove of Castro, rolled into center field, and the Ducks have tied up this ball game at 2 apiece.
So the game was all tied up at 2 at that point, and then John Brownell, the starter for the Ducks, settled down quite nicely after allowing Well, he then in the bottom of the second, I should say, he allowed a 2-run home run to Cody Overbeck, which put the Bluefish back out on top by a score of 4-2. At that point, then Brownell settled down nicely. Of the 4 runs that he allowed in the first 2 innings, only 1 of those runs were earned. The rest were unearned after the Ducks committed 2 errors in those first 2 innings. And from that point on, Brownell only allowed 1 runner to reach second base over the next 5 innings. Brownell went 7 strong innings, allowing 4 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. But while Brownell was bouncing back nicely, the Ducks would add another run in the top of the 5th inning to cut the deficit to 4-3. Phelan Lentini led off with a base hit. Then Chris McClendon grounded out to bring Lentini over to second base, and then Lou Ford came up to the plate looking for his 14th run batted in of the season.
Lentini takes off, Ford rips it into left field for a base hit. Lentini will round third, he'll score without a throw. Ford takes a wide turnaround first, and he'll hold there. It's an RBI single for Lou Ford, and the Ducks are within 1. The score now 4-3.
So the game was at 4-3 at that point. Tomo Oka went 5 2/3 innings for the Bluefish. He entered the ball game with a league-leading 0.69 earned run average. He left, allowing 3 runs, 2 earned on 8 hits, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. Brownell worked as strong through the 7th inning, and then in the top of the 8th, after Brownell had left on the long side of the decision, he got some help from the Ducks offense as well as the Bridgeport Bluefish defense. Brian Peacock led off the inning with a double down the left field line, and then that set up a situation where Dan Lyons was just looking to bunt over Peacock, and a little more happened for the Ducks on that play.
Lyons squares, drops it down the third base line, and a perfect bunt. It stays fair, fielded by Maine. His throw off the first base line goes into right field. A throwing error by Maine allows Peacock to score from third base, moving all the way over to third as Lyons, and he's being waved around. They were struggling with the ball in the bullpen, and now Lyons will be held up at third base. What a turn of events here in Bridgeport. Dan Lyons trying to drop down a sacrifice bunt. It was a beautiful bunt and probably should be ruled an infield single. But then Scott Maine inadvertently threw it up the first base line and into the bullpen. Peacock scored from third base. Lyons advances to third on the throwing error. And we have ourselves a tie ball game. The score now 4-4.
So the game all tied up at 4. Dan Lyons at third base, and the next batter was Phelan Lentini. With the score tied, Phelan Lentini would give the Ducks the lead.
If you had 100 opportunities. As Lentini drives one to right field, falling fast. Redmond over, he makes the catch. Tagging up from third is Lyons, coming home, and he will score as the throw goes up the third base line. A sacrifice fly for Phelan Lentini, and the Ducks have now jumped out in front to score 5-4.
So the score 5-4 at that point, then scoreless, bottom of the 8th and 9th innings worked by both Eric Neeson, Jeremy Accardo, and then Leo Rosales for his 6th save of the year. Finished off the ball game for the Ducks, and they get their comeback win and win by a final score of 5-4. With the win, John Brownell would improve to 1-2 on the season. Tomo Oka received a no decision. The losing pitcher was Scott Maine. He dropped to 1-1, and again, Leo Rosales with his 6th save of the season. So we'll take our first break of the pregame show. When we come back, I had an opportunity to sit down with Dan Lyons, one of the heroes from last night's ball game. And you're listening to Ducks Baseball exclusively here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard here in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Mark Schwartz on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel. Well, before we get started with today's ballgame, a 10:35 first pitch scheduled, and an opportunity to sit down with Dan Lyons, a longtime veteran of the Ducks, who had an exciting bunt single last night that helped propel the Ducks to a victory. Talked a little bit about his experiences so far this season and about that bunt specifically.
All right, Dan, thanks for joining us. Early on in the season, 8-8 record. What's your outtake of the season to this point?
I'm happy. Obviously we'd like to have a little better record, but I think we're coming into our own right now. We're starting to swing the bats well. We're playing good defense. Our pitching's been doing really well, especially our bullpen. I feel really good about what we have right now.
In the middle of a 6-game road trip, you took 2 of 3 out of Lancaster. Do you feel like you were able to ride any of the momentum from taking 2 out of 3 against the Barnstormers into last night's victory?
Yeah, I think so. I think right now we've been able to build a little bit of momentum, especially after the series we had against Lancaster at home. Yeah, I think everyone's just feeling really good right now. We're finally getting our feet underneath us, and we're ready to keep this rolling.
So last night, one of the big plays of the game, you dropped the bunt down in the top of the 8th inning, rolled an infield single. Can you talk a little bit about what was going on in that play, everything that went down with the throwing error and whatnot?
Well, I was just trying to move the runner along. That was the goal right there, was for a sacrifice bunt. It just, so happened that it was in a perfect spot, and I was able to get down to first base. They probably shouldn't have thrown the ball there. I think I probably would have beat that. I think it's just putting the pressure on the defense. When you put the pressure on the defense, good things happen. And we were able to get something rolling there in that inning and take the win.
So you had the infield single last night. You went 3 for 4 the other day in Lancaster, starting to pick up things at the plate a little bit. What's been working out well for you?
Just switching a few things up. I've been working with Lou Ford a little bit on on my stance, trying to get balance and everything like that. It's been working out. I've been feeling really comfortable. I've been seeing the ball well, feeling really comfortable up there.
Well, you mentioned Lou Ford. He's been a teammate the last couple of years, and now he's stepped into the coaching role. Has that changed anything in the way that you've worked with him, or is it still pretty status quo?
No, it's pretty much the same. He's worked with the guys in the past too, just because he's got a lot of experience. He's a great player. He knows what he's doing, and he's just been able to pass on that knowledge throughout the last few years that I've been playing with him, and it's really been a big help having a guy like him on the team.
So when we look towards today, not in the starting lineup, getting the day off, but still Sergio's getting in there. What have you seen from him so far in his first season with the Ducks?
He's been great. He's been very steady. Unfortunately, he's been a little banged up so far early, but he's been a great guy to have. He's great to have in the clubhouse. He's great to get along with. A lot of times, you got guys competing for positions and stuff like that, and there's a little tension, but it's definitely not like that. He's been great, since day one he got in here. It's a great guy to have on the team.
All right, thanks for joining us, Dan. Good luck the rest of the series.
All right, thank you.
That was Dan Lyons here on the North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show. We'll take our final break of the pregame before we come back with first pitch and the starting lineups for both sides on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball. Jeff Beach Ballpark is set. Quackerjack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Casey Barnes, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
And welcome back to the Bridgeport, the ballpark at Harbor Yard here in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Mark Schwartz on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and we're about set for early morning first pitch between the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Wednesday morning. Pretty nice day out, pretty solid overcast over the ballpark here at Harbor Yard, but still comfortable nonetheless. A little chilly, high 50s, expected to get to the low 60s at some point towards the latter stages of today's ball game. But as we get set for first pitch, run through the starting lineups for both sides. First, for the visiting Long Island Ducks, managed by Kevin Baez, Phelan Lentini will lead things off for Long Island in center field. It's a very similar lineup to the ones that the Ducks had yesterday, except for a couple of changes at the bottom half of the order. Chris McClendon bats second. He's at third base. Lou Ford's the designated hitter for Long Island today, and he's at batting third. Joe Ash Brodeen starting at first base, batting fourth. Adam Bailey in left field batting fifth. Cody Puckett at second base batting sixth. John Myers gets the start in right field today for the Ducks. He's batting seventh. Brian Peacock, despite catching last night, is behind home plate again today for the Long Island. He's batting eighth. And Sergio Miranda gets the start at shortstop today for Long Island. He rounds up the order, batting ninth. And they'll all work against the right-handed starter for the Bridgeport Bluefish, DJ Mitchell. 6 foot, 160-pound right-handed starter from Rural Hall, North Carolina. This season with the Bluefish, he's 1-1 in 3 starts with a 2.63 earned run average. In 13 2/3 innings of work, Mitchell has allowed 12 hits on 9 walks and has struck out 15 batters. He'll work against Phelan Lentini to begin today's ball game, the second game of this 3-game set here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, the second matchup of the 2014 season, which means the second matchup of the 2014 installment of the Ferry Cup. The Ducks won last night 5-4, looking to parlay that success into the ball game here today, as the first pitch of the ball game is a fastball that misses inside, and the count 1-0. We'll set the defensive alignment for the Bluefish here today, as Mitchell works from the windup, the 1-0 to Lentini, changeup in there for a called strike, 1-1. In left field, Brandon Boggs, center field, James Simmons, and in right field, Denny Almonte gets the start after he was off last night. Prentice Redmond has this morning affair off. The 1-1 misses low to Lentini, 2-1. At third base, Sean Burrows. At shortstop, Juan Martinez. Second base is Ramon Castro. First base, Cody Overbeck. Behind home plate, it's Luis Rodriguez catching DJ Mitchell on the mound, as the fastball misses outside to Lentini, and Phelan quickly ahead in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. Our umpires today, Richard Katz behind home plate, Derek Moshe at first base, and Joseph DiCrescenzo at third, as Lentini chops the inside fastball foul down the third base line. And the count runs full here, 3 balls and 2 strikes. First batter of the ball game, no score between the Ducks and the Bluefish. Long Island wearing their road alternate orange jerseys with the Ducks lettering across the chest and the green numbers on the back with a white trimming. As Mitchell works from the wind, the 3-2 to Lentini, swung on and missed, strike 3. Out in front of a changeup, Mitchell strikes out Lentini to begin today's ballgame. 1 away here in the top of the first, and Chris McClendon will step in. Finish off the Ducks jerseys. It's their orange jerseys with gray pants, black socks, and the black hat with orange brim being worn today by Long Island. Bridgeport in their more traditional home jerseys compared to last night's alternate blue jerseys with the teal and white siding. Today is just the traditional white top with white pants and a dark navy blue hat, full with dark navy blue brim. Mitchell works from the windup with the left-handed hitting Chris McClendon at the plate. First pitch to McClendon is a fastball that misses outside, 1-0. A decent showing here in the early stages of the ball game by the Bridgeport fans, as the fastball misses outside to McClendon, 2-0. The reason we start at 10:35 in the morning today is because it's camp/school day here in Connecticut. So one way that the Bluefish try to get some fans out to the ballpark, they make an early start and they invite schools over to enjoy the game. The 2-0 to McClendon. Right down the heart of the plate for a strike, 2-1. The majority of the kids located directly behind home plate here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. So they're getting the best seats in the house to watch these two cross-town rivals teams go up against each other as McClendon chops one fair down the first base line, rolling softly towards the first baseman Overbeck. He collects and steps on the bag himself, 2 away. So 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the first inning, and Lou Ford will be the batter for Long Island, designated hitter in this morning affair. Lou, a .355 batter this year, 2 home runs and 14 runs batted in. He went 1 for 3 with an RBI yesterday, including being hit by a pitch. That has extended his on-base streak now to where it currently stands at 9 games. Mitchell works from the windup, righty-on-righty matchup here. The first pitch to Ford is in there for a called strike, 0-1. I'd say there's about 3 schools on hand here in Bridgeport today as Ford chops one foul and the count moves to 0-2. That includes Hauppauge High School from Long Island. Yes, they made the trip across the ferry this morning to check out this game here in Bridgeport. So plenty of fans located down the third base line wearing Hauppauge High School memorabilia. Some of them certainly Ducks fans, but the Bluefish hosting them tonight. As Mitchell works from the windup, the 0-2 to Ford. Swung on and grounded softly back to Mitchell. He collects, fires onto first base in time, and that'll retire the side. So a quick 1-2-3 inning work by DJ Mitchell here in the top of the first. No score as we move to the bottom of the first on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pavers, Nicoloc pavers, pave your way.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz here on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel. Bottom of the first inning, no score between Long Island and Bridgeport, as Bobby Blevins takes the mound for Long Island. Before we get to Blevins' numbers, we'll go over the starting lineup for the Bluefish. Leading things off, it's James Simmons. He's playing in center field. Sean Burrows bats second. Brandon Boggs bats third. Cody Overbeck moves up one spot in the order after his 2-run home run last night. He's batting cleanup for the Bluefish. Ramon Castro then moves up one spot as well, batting fifth. Luis Lopez bats sixth. He's the designated hitter today for Bridgeport. Denny Almonte into the lineup tonight. Well, today, he's batting seventh. Luis Rodriguez bats eighth, and Juan Martinez rounds up the order, batting ninth for Bridgeport. The defensive alignment for the Ducks in today's ballgame: Adam Bailey in left field, Phelan Lentini in center, John Myers in right, Chris McClendon at third base, Sergio Miranda at short, Cody Puckett at second, Joash Brodeen at first, Brian Peacock behind home plate, catching for Bobby Blevins, who's toes the rubber for Long Island. The 6', 200-pound right-handed starter from Briar Cliff, New York, in his third season with the Ducks. So far this year, in 3 starts, he's 1-1 with a 4.0 earned run average. Has allowed 13 hits and 4 walks compared to 16 strikeouts and 18 innings of work to this point. And the righty will wear the high socks on the mound and go up against James Simmons, who will lead things off for the Bridgeport Bluefish here in the bottom of the first inning. No score after DJ Mitchell worked a scoreless top half of the inning. And Blevins will look to match that against the leadoff batter, Simmons. Blevins from the windup. First pitch to Simmons is a fastball that misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Simmons a .283 batter this year. 2 home runs and 7 runs batted in. Stands at the right side of the plate. A righty-on-righty matchup. Blevins stares in for the call from the catcher, Brian Peacock. The 1-0. Change up. Outside corner for a called strike. 1-1. Simmons began the bottom of the first inning last night and reached on an error. It was a sharply hit ground ball towards the third baseman, Chris McClendon. McClendon wasn't able to field it cleanly. Simmons was safe at first on the E5 as the 1-1 is swung on and missed. 1-2. And then the next batter, Sean Burrows, who currently awaits on deck today for the Bluefish, ripped a double into right center field. Simmons came all the way around from first base to score, and the Bridgeport Bluefish were out to a 1-0 lead. The 1-2 here to Simmons. Swung on and missed strike 3. Nice fastball there from Bobby Blevins. Strikes out the first batter that he faces. 1 away here in the bottom of the first, and Sean Burrows will step in. Burrows, a left-handed batter, will work against Blevins here. 1 away in the bottom of the first inning. No score. Burrows, a .292 batter, no home runs and 7 runs batted in. Again, he had the RBI double in the bottom of the first inning last night to get Bridgeport out to the lead, and then he eventually scored on the sacrifice fly from Prentice Redmond. First pitch here to Burrows. Changeup, outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Both runs scored by Bridgeport in last night's ballgame in the first inning were unearned, charged against John Brownell. The 0-1. Fastball swung on, line fair down the right field line. That'll roll towards the corner. It deflects off the wall for the Bridgeport bullpen, and arriving safe at second base, jogging in softly, is Sean Burrows with a 1-out double. So the Bluefish have a runner in scoring position with 1 away, and Brandon Boggs will step in. Second consecutive game that Burrows has lined a double in his first at-bat. That time he lined it down the right field line. It stayed fair and then started to roll towards foul territory. And with the configuration of the bullpens here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, there's really almost 0 foul territory once you get to the final 15 feet or so down both the first and third base lines. So that ball hit off the netting behind the Bridgeport bullpen as Boggs swings and misses at the first pitch fastball, 0-1. And that had to change up John Myers' approach towards the ball. If the ball kept on rolling, Myers probably would have came up with it quicker and might have had a shot at throwing out Burrows at second base, who was really not running hard at all. But the ball was stopped by the bullpen, and Burrows was able to arrive safely at second base with a double. Check swing foul ball from Brandon Boggs, and the count moves to 0-2. Burrows doesn't have great speed, as evidenced by that lackadaisical approach to his double just a batter ago. He leads off of second base. He's not being held on by either middle infielder for Long Island. The 0-2 to Boggs, fouled off over the screen, bounces off the wall, and back towards the general seating bowl where all the kids, as you probably heard on the broadcast, were screaming for the ball to come their way. Again, they get the primo seats in today's ball game, as pretty much the first 6 sections right behind home plate on the lower level all belong to kids about 10 and under. Curveball misses outside to Boggs, and the count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. The rest of the seating bowl here at Bridgeport filling up a little bit. Again, they get a solid attendance with this school day, but still not exactly where you'd like to see the attendance. The 1-2 to Boggs. Swung on and fouled off. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. He was well late on a fastball from Blevins. Just threw his bat at the ball and was able to tap it foul to stay alive in the count. Two early morning games set here in the Atlantic League today, as not only are the Ducks and the Bluefish playing at 10:35 first pitch start time, it's also the Sugarland Skeeters and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. And Sugarland leading it 1-0 in the top of the first inning in that ball game as Boggs rips one into right center field. That's going to drop for an extra base hit. Burrows, taking his time, will easily score from second base. Just getting to it now is Myers as Boggs rounds second, heading for third. The relay throw will not come in time. It's an RBI triple for Brandon Boggs. And similar to last night, the Bluefish are out to a 1-0 lead. Well, Blevins is ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Boggs, a pitch before, just flared his bat at the ball to stay alive. The next pitch, he rips a triple into right center field, where it's a deep gap. So Bridgeport on top, 1-0 here in the last of the first inning. And Cody Overbeck will step in. 7th run batted in of the season for Brandon Boggs. Now Overbeck, who had a 2-run shot last night, comes to the plate. A right-handed batter to work against Blevins. Blevins will work from the windup with Boggs leading off of third base, not being held on closely by the third baseman McClendon. First pitch to Overbeck is fouled off down the first base line, and the count 0-1. Fans of the Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, the Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quackerjack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union, serving members since 1916. The 0-1 to Overbeck. Fastball taken upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bridgeport put up 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning last night. Then the Ducks responded the next half inning with a pair of runs of their own, only to have Cody Overbeck put up a 2-run home run in the bottom of the second to give Bridgeport a 4-2 lead. Swing and a miss on the fastball here from Overbeck, and he falls behind in the count 1-2. Ramon Castro awaits on deck. Brandon Boggs leads off of third. 1-0, the Bluefish on top, 1 away here in the bottom of the first inning. Bobby Blevins on the mound, making his 4th start of the season for Long Island, the 1-2. Lifted, center field, not too deep. Lentini will get his back behind it. Tagging up from third is Boggs. Lentini makes the catch. The throw will come home. Boggs holds up at third as the throw went a little up line, but Brandon Boggs not testing the arm of Phelan Lentini, so it's a harmless fly out to center field from Cody Overbeck. 2 away now in the bottom of the first inning, and Ramon Castro will step to the plate. Well, it wasn't hit too deep. Lentini playing pretty much a straight-up center field. He took a couple of steps to his right and a couple of steps in, and Boggs was tagging up initially. Took about 3 or 4 hard steps off the third base bag when Lentini's throw came in, and then decided to hold up as Peacock was able to stop it about 10 feet up the third base line. If Boggs had committed, he might have been able to score, but he holds up at third. So 2 outs now with the runner at third. Castro at the plate. First pitch swinging. Fouls it off against the screen. 0-1. Castro a .333 batter this season for the Bluefish. Last night in his first home game with Bridgeport, he went 0 for 4 from the plate, including 3 strikeouts. Right-handed batter here, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. And Castro quickly falls behind. No balls and 2 strikes. Castro struck out in his first 3 at-bats last night before grounding into a fielder's choice in the 8th inning to save himself from the golden sombrero. Here the 0-2. Fastball taken high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blevins trying to work himself out of damage here in the bottom of the first. He's already allowed a run on a pair of hits. A pair of extra base hits, in fact. The infield plays back with 2 away against Ramon Castro, who has a severely closed stance from the right side. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Bobby Blevins' second strikeout of the inning, and that'll get him through the bottom of the first, but the Bridgeport Bluefish grab the lead on an RBI triple from Brandon Boggs. 1-0 Bridgeport as we head to the top of the second inning on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
View places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit FireIslandFerries.com.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Top of the second inning from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel as DJ Mitchell steps back onto the mound for his second inning of work. Tossed a 1-2-3 top of the first against Long Island, so he'll go up against the 4, 5, 6 batters here in the second inning. Joe Ash Brodeen will lead things off, followed by Adam Bailey and Cody Puckett. Brodeen now a 200 batter this season, as his average has been on the rise throughout the last 4 games. So swinging the bat well, working himself out of a early season slump, and has added some more production to the middle of the order for Long Island. Mitchell works from the windup here. First pitch to Brodeen, bluffs a bunt, takes the fastball outside, 1-0. Well, after Brodeen was held without a home run through his first 12 games of the season, he had home runs in consecutive nights over this past weekend series against the Lancaster Barnstormers, as the 1-0's in there for a strike, 1-1. He had a 2-run home run Friday to cap a 7-run outburst for the Ducks in the first 2 innings of that ball game. The 1-1. Taken outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Then hit a 3-run home run Saturday night to provide some insurance runs for the Ducks in the top of the 9th inning. In a game Long Island eventually won 5-0, a 4-hit shutout against the Barnstormers. He added a single on Mother's Day, Sunday afternoon, as the 2-1 to Brodeen is fouled off 2-2. And then last night he stayed hot for Long Island, went 3 for 5 from the plate with a run scored and a stolen base. So over the last 4 games, Brodeen has raised his batting average from 135 up to an even 200. So he's back over the Mendoza line for the time being, and granted, Brodeen would like to see his batting average raised even higher, but it's been a good start over the last 4 games. The 2-2 from Mitchell, swung on and lifted, shallow left field, ranging back is the shortstop Martinez. He calls everybody off, makes the play, 1 away. So 1 out now in the top of the second inning, and that'll bring up Adam Bailey, left-handed batter. Bailey, one of 2 lefties in the lineup today against the right-handed throwing DJ Mitchell. Sergio Miranda also switch hitter. He'll be batting from the left side against Mitchell when he rounds up the order, batting 9th. Infield plays straight up against the left-handed hitting Bailey. Juan Martinez shaded slightly towards second base, but not a full-on shift. And even at third base, Sean Burrows is playing a little off the line. Not a full-on shift against Bailey, but slight movement as the first pitch fastball is in there for a strike, 0-1. Bailey's a 179 batter this year. He's got 4 home runs to lead the team and 10 runs batted in. The 0-1. Swung on and lifted left field fairly deep. Boggs ranging back towards the warning track. He tracks it down and makes the catch for the second out. Bailey gave that ball a ride to opposite field, where it reads 325 down the left field line. It's a symmetrical ballpark here in Bridgeport, but Boggs was able to run it down just at the edge of the outfield grass towards the warning track. So 2 outs now in the top of the second inning. DJ Mitchell has retired the first 5 Ducks batters, and Cody Puckett will step in. Another Long Island Duck that has been swinging the bat well as of late. Puckett currently riding a 6-game hitting streak. He has hits in 8 of his last 9 games. Mitchell from the windup, the first pitch to Cody, misses low, 1-0. During these last 9 games, Puckett has raised his batting average from 174 all the way up to where it currently stands at 305. The 1-0. Swung on and missed, 1-1. So Puckett adding some more depth to the lineup for Long Island, adding some production towards the bottom half. He's batting 6th today. He'd been batting 7th for most of the season to this point, but his production has certainly warranted a move up in the lineup, while Ryan Strebe gets his 2nd consecutive day off. Fastball taken low from Mitchell, and the count moves to 2-1. It's Strebe's 2nd consecutive day off here against Bridgeport, which means the on-deck circle, the batter in the on-deck circle, John Myers, gets his 2nd consecutive start. Mitchell from the wind, the 2-1. Curveball drops in for a called strike, 2-2. Some nice movement there from DJ Mitchell as it froze Cody Puckett at the plate. So deuce is wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the top of the 2nd inning. The Bluefish leading it over the Ducks 1-0. On an RBI triple from Brandon Boggs in the bottom of the 1st. The 2-2 to Puckett, swung on and missed strike 3. 2nd strikeout of the ball game for DJ Mitchell. He's retired the first 6 Ducks batters that he has faced. 1-0 Bridgeport as we head to the bottom of the 2nd inning on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Bobby Blevins, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at psegLINY.com/save money.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Bottom of the 2nd inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Wednesday morning game. One of 2 games currently proceeding in the Atlantic League today. The York Revolution and the Lancaster Barnstormers play at 7 o'clock. The Camden River Sharks and the Somerset Patriots play at 7:05 at TD Bank Ballpark. But right now, it's one of 2 games in the bottom of the 1st inning at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Sugarland Skeeters leading the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 1-0. Here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, it's Bridgeport 1, Long Island 0. As we move to the bottom of the 2nd inning, it'll be the 6, 7, 8 batters due up for the Bluefish. Luis Lopez followed by Danny Almonte and Luis Rodriguez. Bobby Blevins back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. Toes the rubber, works from the windup. The first pitch to Lopez, in there for a called strike, 0-1. Lopez is a .281 batter this year, 1 home run and 9 runs batted in. That's from the right side against the righty Blevins, the 0-1. Lifted, deep left field, going over towards left center. Adam Bailey and Lentini track it down. Lentini makes the catch, 1 away. Lopez gave that ball a ride to left center field. But this ballpark plays a little deeper than you would originally expect, or maybe it's just by comparison, considering that the Ducks had spent the last 3 games before this series in Lancaster, where that's certainly a ballpark that favors the batters. So a deep fly out from Luis Lopez, and Denny Almonte will step in. Left-handed batter, first pitch swinging, misses on the fastball, 0-1. Almonte had last night off. He's a .257 batter this year, 1 home run and 4 runs batted in. The 0-1. Fastball misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Prentice Redmond got the start in right field last night, and he's been more or less the everyday cleanup batter for the Bluefish this year, as lined into right field off the bat of Almonte for a base hit. Almonte gets the 3rd hit of the ball game for Bridgeport off of Bobby Blevins, and they'll have a 1-out base runner for Luis Rodriguez. There's a changeup that was left over the outside part of the plate, and Almonte, a left-handed batter, was able to get around it and pull it down the right field line. So Almonte will lead off of first base, and Luis Rodriguez will step in. Rodriguez, a .200 batter this year, home run and 5 runs batted in. 1 run on 3 hits now for Bridgeport. The Ducks have yet to have a base runner against DJ Mitchell. Blevins will work from the stretch with Almonte leading off of first base. And Rodriguez at the plate. Comes set. Checks Almonte at first. The first pitch to Rodriguez, a fastball misses upstairs, 1-0. Well, Blevins making his 3rd start of the season for Long Island. He earned a win in his first start against the Somerset Patriots back on April 27th. In that ball game, Blevins went 6 innings, allowing 3 runs, 2 earned on just 1 hit. No walks and 6 strikeouts. The 1-0 to Rodriguez is popped up along the infield. Cody Puckett moving back towards shallow right field. He camps under it and makes the catch. 2 away here in the bottom of the 2nd. That'll bring up Juan Martinez. No infield fly was called on that ball as it went into the shallow parts of right field. So 2 away, and Juan Martinez will step in. A .206 batter this year, has a home run and 9 runs batted in. A right-handed batter to work against Blevins. He'll try to get himself out of this inning. Bluefish put up a run in the bottom of the 1st inning on an RBI triple by Brandon Boggs. But Blevins did a nice job of escaping danger with Brandon Boggs, who at third base and just 1 out. Forced Cody Overbeck to fly out to center field, and Ramon Castro struck out to retire the side. Blevins throws over to first base, and back standing safely is Denny Almonte. Infield plays normal depth. Brodeen holding on Almonte at first base. First pitch to Martinez, swing and a miss, strike 1. Martinez with a big cut there. Kind of stepped in the bucket a little bit on the swing. He's a right-handed batter, so his left foot is his front foot. And that front foot kind of tailed a little towards the third base bag instead of staying in, which left him susceptible to the ball along the outside part of the plate. The 0-1. Changeup misses. No, it's on the outside corner for a strike, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, and 2 away here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Almonte leads off of first base. Blevins works on the mound from the stretch with Juan Martinez at the plate. The 0-2. Taking off is Almonte. He'll reach second base safely as the changeup in the dirt gets away from Peacock. He collects it before Almonte is able to turn second and head for third. So Almonte will stay at second base with a stolen base. Now the Bluefish have a runner in scoring position with 2 away, trying to add on to the lead. Kevin Baez signaling towards right field, telling John Myers to come in a couple of strides against Martinez, who doesn't have a lot of pop from the right side of the plate. Almonte leads off of second base here. Blevins works from the stretch. Checks Almonte at second. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Second consecutive inning that Bobby Blevins has struck out a Bluefish batter with a runner in scoring position. Now 3 strikeouts so far for the righty. Through 2 innings of play, Bridgeport leads at 1-0 as we move to the top of the 3rd on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Top of the third inning from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel. DJ Mitchell back on the mound for his third inning of work. He has retired the first 6 Ducks batters that he has gone up against. So he'll work against the bottom of the order here in the third. John Myers, Brian Peacock, and Sergio Miranda due up against Mitchell, who has enjoyed quite a nice start to his 2014 season. Again, he enters today's ballgame with a 1-1 record and a 2.63 earned run average. Hasn't thrown a lot of innings in his starts. He went 4 1/3 innings in his first 2 starts of the season, including allowing 3 runs all earned on 7 hits and 4 1/3 against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in his first start of the year back on April 24th. He then worked 4 1/3 against Sugarland on May 1st, got a no decision after allowing 1 run on 2 hits with 7 strikeouts. And then he bounced back nicely in his last start against the York Revolution, a game in which the Bluefish won 8-2. He went 5 innings without allowing a run on 3 hits, 6 walks, and 6 strikeouts. So his pitch count got up a little bit with the walks, but still 5 shutout innings in his last start. He's thrown 2 shutout innings so far against the Ducks today. As John Myers steps in, the first pitch fastball misses inside, 1-0. Myers, a right-handed batter. His second consecutive start. He was the designated hitter last night for Long Island. The right fielder today, the 1-0. Changeup misses low and inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Myers a .214 batter this year. No home runs and 1 run batted in. That came as the lone run batted in of Mother's Day for the Ducks, a game in which they lost to the Barnstormers 8-1. The 2-0 is fouled off down the third base line. That'll get out of play. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Myers. Last night, John went 1 for 4 from the plate. Came up with a couple of runners on in the second inning and grounded into a fielder's choice. And then stole second base. It was his first stolen base of the year. And that allowed, on a throwing error, Adam Bailey to score from third base to tie up the ballgame at 2 at that point. Fastball misses outside to Myers. And the count runs to 3 balls and 1 strike. So a hitter's count here for John. Myers' lone hit came in the 6th inning. It was a double down the left field line. The 3-1 misses low, ball 4. The Ducks have their first base run of the ball game, a leadoff walk drawn by John Myers. And that'll bring up Brian Peacock. So Mitchell had retired the first 6 batters that he went up against, but leads off the top of the third with a walk to John Myers. Ducks still have not recorded a hit to this point. Bridgeport leads 1-0. A run on 3 hits for the Bluefish, no runs on no hits for Long Island. Brian Peacock, a .300 batter, will step in. Interestingly enough, getting the start today after starting last night's ball game behind home plate, and today being an early morning game. Fastball misses low to Peacock, 1-0. The Ducks have currently 3 catchers with them on this road trip, as Anthony Arminio has made his 2nd consecutive road trip with the Ducks, and Keith Castillo has joined the team. I don't believe Castillo is ready to get back into the game quite just yet. The 1-0 to Peacock misses low, and Rodriguez can't find it, taking off as Myers. He'll slide into second base safely. It'll be a wild pitch charge against DJ Mitchell. Nice alert base running there from John Myers. As the ball was in the dirt, Myers took a very healthy secondary lead off of first base, and then looked in at Rodriguez, who sort of had that sort of manic look on his face because he couldn't find the ball. It was right underneath him, but he couldn't find it. So once Myers recognized that, he took off for second base. Rodriguez found the ball and fired it down with a strong throw, but Myers was able to dive in head first safely. So now Long Island has a runner in scoring position for the first time tonight. The 2-0 to Peacock misses inside, 3 balls and no strikes. So after Mitchell walked the first batter of the inning and threw a wild pitch to allow him to advance to second, now he's in danger of walking Brian Peacock on 4 pitches. Mitchell from the stretch checks Myers at second, the 3-0. Taking all the way, and the fastball's at the knees for a called strike, 3-1. The sun's starting to poke through the overcast here in Bridgeport, helping illuminate the field and provide a little more heat for the fans in attendance. The 3-1 swung on and fouled off. A dribbler down the third base line, and the count runs full, 3-2. Bridgeport scored first last night. It was the 5th time this season that the Ducks had come back to win a game in which the opponent had scored first. Long Island's 3-0 in games in which they score first, but once again today, it's Bridgeport that's out on top early. The 3-2 drops in for a called third strike, and Peacock knew it. A changeup along the inside part of the plate. Peacock left the bat on his shoulders, and he's called out on strikes. Third strikeout of the ball game for DJ Mitchell. 1 away, and Sergio Miranda will step in. Well, with Peacock at the plate and Myers advancing to second on a wild pitch, it might have been an opportunity for the Ducks to play small ball, but it's still early in the game and you don't really need to break that out just yet. Long Island did play small ball in the top of the 8th inning last night and wound up working out quite well, in fact. As with Brian Peacock leading off of second and nobody out in that inning last night, Dan Lyons dropped down a bunt as Sergio Miranda takes a fastball outside for ball 1. Lyons dropped down a perfect bunt down the third base line. It was an infield single that advanced Peacock over to third, and then on a throwing error from reliever Scott Main, Peacock scored and the game was tied at 4. Lyons advanced to third on the play and then came home when the next batter, Phelan Lentini, hit a sacrifice fly to right. As Miranda takes a strike here, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's 1-0 Bluefish here in the top of the 3rd inning. John Myers leads off of second base. He's the first base runner of the ball game for Long Island. Sergio Miranda, a switch hitter batting from the left side, works against Mitchell. The 1-1 is grounded up the middle and through for a base hit. Myers being waved around third. Up with the ball is Simmons. His throw will be cut off. In to score is John Myers, and the Ducks have tied up this ball game at 1 apiece. An RBI single for Sergio Miranda, his first run batted in as a member of the Long Island Ducks. And we're all tied up at 1 here with 1 away in the top of the 3rd inning. A nice job hitting there from Miranda as he just grounded that ball right back up the middle. Did not try to do too much with it. Mitchell was not able to make the initial stop and it rolled into center field. And as we mentioned last night, the grass here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is cut pretty thick. So it's not like these ground balls have a lot of speed towards them and that are continuing with that speed. There's a lot of friction with the grass being cut high, so these balls are dying into shallow outfield whenever it's a ground ball out there. As the first pitch to Lentini misses outside, 1 ball and no strikes. So Sergio Miranda with the RBI base hit. It's the first hit of the ball game for Long Island. He'll lead off the first base with Lentini at the plate. Back to the top of the order for the Ducks. The 1-0. Fastball outside corner for a strike, 1-1. Lentini struck out swinging his first time up back in the 1st inning. Entered today's ballgame with a .318 batting average this year. Good for 2nd highest on the team. Mitchell from the stretch takes his time. Will deliver the 1-1. Lentini drops a bunt down the third base line. A beautiful bunt. Mitchell will eat the ball. It's an infield single for Phelan Lentini. 2nd hit of the inning for Long Island. And the Ducks have runners at 1st and 2nd, just 1 away, and Chris McClendon will step in. Almost an identical bunt to the one that Dan Lyons dropped down last night. Perfect down the third base line, stayed right along the edge of that infield grass without hitting the lip, forcing it to roll foul. So it stayed fair. Mitchell fielded it about halfway between home plate and the third base bag, almost identical spot that Scott Main had fielded the ball last night. But Mitchell maybe seeing Maine's mistake from a night ago, decided not to try to throw out Lentini, who has some of the best speed on the team. So an infield single for Phelan, runners at first and second, one out. Chris McClendon at the plate takes a first pitch changeup in there for a strike, 0-1. And with that infield single, Lentini has improved his on-base streak to 12 consecutive games. It's the longest such streak for the Ducks this season. His 11-game streak entering the game was the third highest in the Atlantic League, as McClendon chops one foul down the first base line, and Chris falls behind 0-2. So runners at first and second and one out. The Ducks and the Bluefish tied up at one apiece, and this would be a nice situation for Chris McClendon to get a base hit. He's still looking for his first run batted in of the season for Long Island. He's been batting second the last couple of days, batting in front of Lou Ford in an effort to get him going. Mitchell works from the stretch, the 0-2. Chopped over to short, this could be two. Fielding it is Martinez, steps on the bag for one, on to first in time for the 6-3 double play, and that will retire the side. But Long Island gets on the board on an RBI base hit from Sergio Miranda as we move to the bottom of the third inning. We're all tied up at one on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hi, this is pitcher Matt Way, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire 15th anniversary season through live chats with Ducks players and exclusive video clips. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Life is better here.
Hey, Ducks fans, the final out of the top of the third inning was the 15th out of today's ballgame. Did you know that a 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. Bottom of the third inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call. Bobby Blevins back on the mound for his third inning of work, and he'll go up against the top of the order for the Bluefish. James Simmons, followed by Sean Burrows and Brandon Boggs, all due up as we're tied at one here. An RBI base hit from Sergio Miranda, his first RBI of the season in the top half of the third inning, has tied up this game at one apiece. So 1 run on 2 hits, no errors for Long Island, 1 run on 3 hits, and no errors for Bridgeport. Simmons struck out swinging his first time up. Bobby Blevins has 3 strikeouts through the first 2 innings of today's ballgame. First pitch to Simmons, fouled off over the screen, out of play. 0-1. Blevins, a native of Briarcliff, New York, which is really not too far away from here in Bridgeport. Bridgeport located in south central Connecticut. The 0-1. Swung on and grounded to third. McClendon in front, fields it cleanly, takes his time, throws out Simmons at first base, 1 away. In the bottom of the third inning, Sean Burrows will step in. Burrows doubled down the right field line with 1 away in the first inning, then came around to score on an RBI triple by Brandon Boggs. But from those 2 plays, Burrows does not seem to be running quite well. He certainly took his time making it over to second base, and maybe he knew that he would reach there safely, so he wasn't giving 100% effort. But, he followed it up on the very next batter when Boggs lined a triple into right center field. Burrows certainly took his time. He was almost walking home from third base to score. First pitch here to Sean. Fastball misses upstairs, 1-0. Burrows currently listed at 195 pounds on the Bluefish roster. The 1-0. Changeup at the knees for a called strike, 1-1. It just doesn't seem like he's running at 100%. I don't know whether that's effort or whether that's just his style of play. The 1-1 check swing, curveball misses inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nonetheless, he's hit the Ducks hard both last night and tonight. Well, today. The 2-1 swung on and fouled off down the third base line, and the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. But here in Bridgeport, again, as we said last night, it's right off of I-95. And if you took 95 west towards New York and you got into New York right around Rye, Briarcliff's not too far away. The 2-2 to Burrows misses outside. And the count stays even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, I'm sorry, it was fouled off outside the foul territory by Burrows. And the count is at 2-2. Ducks with a slight shift against Sean Burrows. It's shortstop Sergio Miranda playing behind the second base bag as Burrows swings and misses at the looping curveball. 4th strikeout of the ball game for Bobby Blevins. 2 away here in the last of the 3rd inning, and Brandon Boggs will step to the plate. Nice curveball there from Blevins. And right after Burrows was done missing on that curveball, turns around and tosses his bat in the air, does 1 front flip, and then he catches it right back on the handle and subsequently walks towards the Bridgeport dugout. So 2 outs and nobody on for the left-handed hitting Brandon Boggs. First pitch swinging, lines it off the screen, 0-1. A lot of the kids in attendance today are having fun with the Bridgeport mascot as he takes some pictures and signs some autographs behind home plate. Boggs fouls off another fastball, and Blevins is quickly ahead in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Blevins looking for his first 1-2-3 inning of the ballgame. From the windup here, the 0-2. Curveball misses low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blevins allowed a run in the bottom of the 1st inning to Bridgeport and an RBI triple hit by Brandon Boggs, who's currently at the plate. Boggs now with 7 runs batted in on the year. Blevins then worked around a 1-out base hit and a stolen base in the 2nd to keep the Bluefish off the board. Curveball misses low, and the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the Bluefish mascot's certainly popular with all these kids located right behind home plate. Everyone holding up their ticket, asking for a signature. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted shallow right field. Ranging back is Joe Ash Brodeen. He's called off by the second baseman Puckett, who makes the catch in foul territory, and the side is retired. So a 1-2-3 inning for Bobby Blevins here in the last of the 3rd. We move to the top of the 4th, all tied up at 1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is Joe Ash Brodeen, first baseman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball. Bethpage Ballpark is set. Quackerjack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Top of the 4th inning from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here in the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball. All tied up at 1. And the second game of this 3-game set between these two sides, the first installment of the 2014 Ferry Cup. As the Ducks took last night's ball game and a come-from-behind win 5-4 over the Bluefish. after Long Island scored 2 runs in the top half of the 8th inning to erase what was at one point a 4-2 deficit and turn it into a 5-4 lead. Eric Neeson, Jeremy Accardo, and Leo Rosales combined to complete the game, and the Ducks won it by a final score of 5-4. So here in the top of the 4th, DJ Mitchell will be back on the mound, and he'll work against the heart of the order for Long Island. Lou Ford batting 3rd, followed by Joash Brodeen and Adam Bailey. Ford grounded out to the pitcher his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Entered with a .355 batting average this year. The former big leaguer, ranking 4th in the Atlantic League in batting, entering today. His on-base percentage currently sitting at 5th in the Atlantic League. First pitch to Ford is broken bat, blooped into the infield. Back is DJ Mitchell. The barehanded pickup, the throw to first in time. Oh, a highlight reel play there from DJ Mitchell. 1 away here in the top of the 4th inning. Ford broke his bat, and that ball blooped right over the head of Mitchell into what is normally considered about a no man's land between the pitcher's mound and the second base bag. Mitchell allowed the ball to drop on one hop, then used his bare hand to pick the ball up, turn around his body, and fire on to first base. With his momentum carrying him away from the first base bag, he was able to throw out Lou Ford, robbing Lou of what could potentially have been an infield single. So 1 away, and Joash Brodeen will be the batter. He takes the first pitch fastball at the knees for a called strike, 0-1. It's the second 1-3 putout that Ford has grounded into today. So he's 0 for 2. Brodeen is 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch, fastball misses low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. It'll be interesting to see how deep in the game DJ Mitchell can go. The longest he's worked so far this season is 5 innings. That was in his last start against the Revolution. 5 scoreless innings in which he allowed 3 hits but walked 6 batters. Fastball misses outside to Brodeen, and the count now 2-1. 1-1's the score here in the top of the 4th inning. The Bluefish and the Ducks tied up in their second meeting of the 2014 season on camp day at the ballpark, which is why we had a 10:35 start time. The 2-1 misses outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. None of the players complaining too much about the early start time, because all that means is that they have the rest of their evening free once we're done with action here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mitchell from the windup. The 3-1 pitch to Brodeen misses outside, ball 4. The second walk allowed by DJ Mitchell today. And the Ducks have a 1-out base runner as Adam Bailey will step in. And fans, that's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So 1 out, and Brodeen will lead off at first base. Adam Bailey will be the batter, but not before Luis Rodriguez steps out to the mound to talk over strategy with DJ Mitchell. Nobody quite getting loose just yet in the Bridgeport bullpen, as Mitchell has pitched well to this point. He retired the first 6 batters that he faced before allowing a leadoff walk to John Myers in the 3rd inning. Myers then advanced to second base on a wild pitch and scored on an RBI single from Sergio Miranda. The Ducks then had runners at first and second with 1 out after Phelan Lentini dropped down an infield single, but Chris McClendon grounded into a 6-3 double play to retire the side. The Ducks once again trying to get a rally going here in the 4th, all tied up at 1. Mitchell from the stretch works against a left-handed hitting Bailey. First pitch fastball misses high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Again, Bailey with 4 home runs leads the Ducks in that category. 3 other Ducks are tied for second with 2 home runs. That's Lou Ford, Joash Brodeen, and Keith Castillo. Though Castillo hasn't gotten a lot of playing time lately. He's been out with an injury as Mitchell throws over to first and nearly catches Brodeen off guard. Brodeen scampers back to the bag just safely. The Ducks, as a team this year, have hit 11 home runs, which is 4th most in the Atlantic League. The 1-0 misses low to Bailey. 2 balls and no strikes. The Lancaster Barnstormers lead the league in home runs as a team with 22. But as we mentioned during the last weekend broadcast, they lead the league in pretty much about every offensive category. Batting average, runs scored, hits, doubles, home runs, runs batted in, total bases. Another throw over, and this time Brodeen is out. Well, the first base umpire, Joseph DiCrescenzo, certainly took his time to call Brodeen out. Kevin Baez will jog out to the field to talk things over and ask for an explanation. Brodeen was nearly thrown out on Mitchell's first throw over, and this time he is called out. But DiCrescenzo took about a solid maybe 3 or 4 seconds before finally calling Brodeen out. Baez not happy with the call, but Brodeen now will jog towards the dugout for Long Island. So 2 outs and nobody on with Adam Bailey at the plate. And the complexion of this inning certainly changes on that pickoff. Bailey with the hitter's count, though. 2 balls and no strikes. Mitchell will work now from the windup. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on and lifted a mile high in the air, but along the infield left side. Juan Martinez underneath it at short. He makes the catch, and the inning comes to a close. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on for Long Island. As we move to the bottom of the 4th inning, we're all tied up at 1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Sean Garceau, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pavers, Nicoloc pavers, pave your way.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your back-to-back Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks president and general manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first right here about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 15th anniversary season. Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Bottom of the 4th inning from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Mark Schwartz on the call here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. All tied up at 1. Bobby Blevins back on the mound for his 4th inning of work. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors for Long Island. 1 run on 3 hits and no errors for the Bluefish. Here in the 4th, Blevins will work against the 4, 5, 6 batters. Cody Overbeck, Ramon Castro, and Luis Lopez all due up. Blevins coming off the heels of his first 1-2-3 inning of the ballgame. He allowed a run to Bridgeport in the bottom of the 1st on an RBI triple from Brandon Boggs. He's allowed 3 hits so far. That included a 1-out single from Denny Almonte in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Almonte stole second base but was stranded there. And Blevins worked a 1-2-3 top of the 3rd. 4 strikeouts so far for Blevins compared to 3 hits. And he has yet to walk a batter. He'll work from the windup against the right-handed hitting Cody Overbeck here. First pitch fastball misses outside, 1-0. Blevins, a right-handed starter for Long Island. Now in his 3rd season with the Ducks, the 1-0. Swung on and missed, 1-1. A big cut there from Overbeck. Blevins first came to Long Island in 2012 by way of a trade from the Rockland Boulders of the Can-Am League. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Count now 1-2. Blevins made 6 appearances, 4 starts with the Ducks back in 2012, went 1-0 with a 2.42 ERA. He then came over from Rockland again in the 2013 season at the end of the year once the Can-Am League finished up. Convenient for the Atlantic League because the Can-Am League finishes a couple of weeks before the Atlantic League finishes up their regular season as Overbeck swings and misses, strike 3. 5th strikeout of the ball game for Bobby Blevins. He has certainly settled into a groove now as that 6th consecutive Bluefish batters retired. Ramon Castro will step in now. He's 0 for 1 today. He struck out his first time up, has now had 5 at-bats in this series against the Ducks, and has struck out in 4 of them. Went 0 for 4 with 3 Ks last night. First pitch here to Castro is lifted foul territory, first base side. Peacock will give chase. Will he have enough space? He just runs out of room. The ball lands in the first row right next to the Bluefish dugout down the first base line. Peacock reached over with his glove and looked for a second like he might have had an opportunity, but he just missed it. So the count now 0-1, and one of the fans located down the first base line is ecstatic that he's able to get that foul ball. Claps his hands a couple of times as if to say, let's go, I got a foul ball. Let's get me another one. As some of the kids here continue to scream for the Bridgeport mascot. The 0-1 curveball misses inside. 1-1. They get a chant going, a Let's Go Bluefish chant. It's nice to see them in the ballpark. It adds some life here in an early morning game. As the fastball misses outside to Castro, 2-1. A couple of different schools located both down the third base line and the first base line, in addition to about the 100 or so kids that are right behind home plate as Castro swings and misses at the fastball. And the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last night, the official attendance in Bridgeport was 1,357. I'm sure that the number will increase today. The 2-2 to Castro is fouled off to the screen. And Ramon stays alive. Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Castro now playing in his 5th game in a Bridgeport uniform this season. The 2-2 misses low, and the count runs full 3-2. Might be taking Bridgeport maybe a while to get Castro a jersey because he's wearing the number 33, and that jersey is absolutely enormous on him. The sleeves go all the way down to his forearms, and he's got a huge amount of baggage on the front side of that jersey. The 3-2 is fouled off to the screen. Count remains full. Now maybe he likes wearing the jersey a little loose, but that's an exaggeration on how loose that jersey is. It looked like that would fit a guy maybe twice his size. Nonetheless, that's the jersey that he's wearing for the time being. As Blevins works from the windup here. Once again, the payoff pitch. Misses low, ball 4. Castro earns a walk. It's the first time he's been on base in this series against Long Island. It's the first walk allowed by Bobby Blevins tonight. Well, today, I should say. So a 1-out base runner for Bridgeport, and Luis Lopez will step in. Blevins now has struck out 5 batters compared to 1 walk and has allowed 3 hits. The lone run for Bridgeport coming back in the bottom of the first inning. Long Island tied it up in the top of the third on an RBI single by Sergio Miranda. Lopez will step in here. He flew out to deep left center field his first time up. He swung the bat well against Long Island, both last night and so far today. Had a pair of hits yesterday. A right-handed batter. First pitch to Lopez, misses outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Lopez certainly a historic Bridgeport Bluefish player, now in his 20th season of professional baseball. He was originally signed as a free agent by the Toronto Blue Jays back in 1996 out of Coastal Carolina University. The 1-0. Fastball misses low. 2 balls and no strikes. But this is Lopez's 7th season with the Bluefish. Overall, his 9th season in the Atlantic League. And he's among the franchise leader in many categories. As Blevins comes set, checks the runner at first. The 2-0. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike, 2-1. Lopez is the Bluefish career leader in games played, at-bats, doubles, walks, and second on the team in hits, runs scored, and extra base hits. He's certainly been a prominent player with the Bluefish. The 2-1 pitch. Changeup misses low. And Lopez finds himself in a hitter's count. 3 balls and 1 strike. 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We're tied up at 1. Ramon Castro leads off at first after Blevins walked him. And now Bobby in danger of walking his 2nd consecutive batter. Castro is being held on at first base by Joe Ashbrodeen. Blevins comes set. He takes off. The 3-1 swung on and missed. Peacock's throw down to second. The tag, not in time. There's a strong throw by Peacock. Oh, maybe a little too much air on the throw, as Puckett had to catch the ball to his third base side of his body, then try to bring the glove around to apply the tag. A throw to the first base side of the second base bag probably gets Castro out. But instead it's a stolen base for Ramon Castro. Second stolen base of the ball game for the Bluefish. And the count now runs full, 3-2. Blevins comes set, checks the runner. The payoff pitch. Misses outside, ball 4. Second consecutive walk allowed by Bobby Blevins. And the Bluefish have 2 runners on and 1 away here in the last of the 4th inning. Denny Almonte will be the batter. And that'll bring out the Ducks pitching coach, Steve Foucault, for a meeting on the mound. Well, Blevins entering today's ball game had walked just 4 batters in the first 18 innings of his 2014 season. Did not walk a batter in the first 3 innings, so it was 4 walks through 21 innings before we got here to the bottom of the 4th inning today. He's walked both Ramon Castro and Luis Lopez with 1 away after striking out Cody Overbeck to begin the inning. And Denny Almonte will be the batter. Almonte had a base hit to right field his first time up back in the 2nd inning, and then stole second base, but was stranded there after Blevins was able to retire both Luis Rodriguez and Juan Martinez to get out of the inning. But here Almonte will be the batter as some of the Bluefish fans start to get into things. Castro leads off of second, Lopez off of first. The infield plays back for Long Island, hoping for a ground ball. First pitch to Almonte is a curveball in the dirt, blocked nicely by Peacock. And the count 1-0. Foucault likely coming out to the mound and telling Blevins to make sure you keep the ball low against Almonte to look for that double play ground ball. Peacock, aware of the strategy, was able to prepare himself to block that curveball in the dirt. So the runners hold at first and second. The 1-0 pitch. Another fastball. This one spiked about 5 feet in front of home plate. 2 balls and no strikes. So Blevins certainly trying to keep the ball low against Almonte, but he's thrown a couple of pitches in the dirt to begin this at bat, and Almonte's ahead in the count, 2-0. Wonder here if Almonte is taking all the way until Blevins proves that he could throw a strike. Castro off of second, Lopez off of first. The 2-0 pitch. Curveball swung on and fouled off. Interesting that Almonte had the green light there and that he would use it on a curveball, considering that Blevins had walked the previous 2 batters. Nonetheless, Almonte was swinging away there. So 2 balls and 1 strike with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th, still tied up at 1. Blevins gets the signal from Peacock, comes set. Works from the stretch, the 2-1. Swung on and fouled off again. Down the first base line, and the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Overcast once again settling in here in Bridgeport. Local time of 11:48 a.m. Blevins comes set, checks the runner, the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A looping curveball in the dirt. Almonte swings over it. 6 strikeouts now for Blevins on the afternoon. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 4th inning. Luis Rodriguez will be the batter to try to continue this inning and capitalize on a threat for the Bluefish. A nice job there by Blevins to work back into the count and eventually strike out Almonte. He fell behind 2 balls and no strikes. A looping curveball that Almonte fouled off, then an inside fastball that Almonte fouled off again to run the count even. And another curveball, this one in the dirt. Almonte couldn't lay off of it. And Blevins with 6 Ks on the afternoon. So the right-handed hitting Rodriguez steps in with runners at first and second and 2 outs. First pitch fastball misses outside, 1-0. Cody Overbeck led off the inning by striking out swinging. Then Ramon Castro walked, stole second base, and Luis Lopez walked to put 2 runners on. But Almonte with the strikeout, and now Rodriguez at the plate to try to continue this inning for Bridgeport. Blevins from the stretch checks the runner at second. The 1-0. Fastball in there for a called strike, 1-1. A run on 3 hits for Bridgeport, a run on 2 hits for the Ducks. Been mostly a pitching affair to this point. Nobody getting loose in the Bridgeport bullpen, so it looks like DJ Mitchell will come back out for the 5th inning for the Bluefish. The 1-1. Swung on and lifted to left field, falling fast. In comes Bailey. He dives and he makes the catch. What a play by Adam Bailey in straightaway left field. A head-first dive. He makes the catch. It saves a run and keep this ball game tied at 1 apiece. A hashtag SC Top 10 play from Adam Bailey. Will move to the top of the 5th inning, all tied up at 1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is infielder Chris McClendon, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So, every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
Top of the 5th inning from the Bridge Ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel. DJ Mitchell back onto the mound for Bridgeport. As he'll work in the top of the 5th inning. Cody Puckett will lead things off for Long Island, followed up by John Myers and Brian Peacock. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors for Long Island. 1 run on 3 hits and no errors for the Bluefish. And fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddleton Shop on your next visit to the Duck Pond, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. So Cody Puckett will lead things off. He struck out his lone time up so far today, back in the 2nd inning. But again, Puckett has swung a very hot bat as of late for Long Island. Entered today's ballgame with a .305 batting average, 3rd highest on the team, behind Phelan Lentini and Lou Ford, who leads the team in hitting. Mitchell works from the windup. And the first pitch of the inning to Cody Puckett is grounded right back to Mitchell. He's off the mound, fields it cleanly, and tosses it on to first base, 1 away. So 1 pitch and 1 out here in the top of the 5th, and John Myers will step in. It's the 3rd 1-3 ground out that the Ducks have grounded into today. Myers walked back in the 3rd inning. It was the first base runner of the ballgame for Long Island after DJ Mitchell retired the first 6 Ducks batters. Myers then advanced to second on a wild pitch, came around to score on an RBI single from Sergio Miranda, and that's provided the lone run of the ballgame to this point for the Flock. Myers with an open stance from the right side against DJ Mitchell. First pitch fastball, misses inside, 1-0. Myers was 1 for 4 yesterday. Came up to the plate in a big spot in the 7th inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Fastball at the knees for a call, strike, 1-1. He broke his bat on a line drive that looked for a second like it was going to fall into shallow left field for a base hit, where the ball stayed up in the air just long enough for Brandon Boggs to make the play on. That retired the side. The Ducks had stranded 10 base runners through the first 7 innings of last night's ball game, as Mitchell's fastball misses outside, 2-1. That was before Long Island finally capitalized in the top of the 8th with a pair of runs off of Bridgeport reliever Scott Main to grab a 5-4 lead, which eventually became the final score. Myers grounds one over to short. In front of it is Martinez. He throws it on to first base in time, 2 away. And now DJ Mitchell has retired his last 6 batters. 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the 5th, and Brian Peacock will step in. He struck out looking his first time up. Peacock, a right-handed batter, another righty with an open stance. 3 consecutive batters in the Ducks lineup, Puckett, Myers, and Peacock, are all right-handed batters, all with open stances. First pitch from Mitchell misses low, 1-0. What I mean by the open stance is that from the right side, the left foot is further into foul territory than the right foot is, which opens up the body a little more. The 1-0 to Peacock, misses outside, 2-0. Of course, you close up your body once the pitch is thrown. It's just a pre-pitch stance. Everyone has their own stance. Everything works different for different players. There's been some players over the course of Major League history that have had the wackiest of stances. The 2-0 misses inside to Peacock. 3 balls and no strikes. When you consider very odd open stances in Major League Baseball, the first name that really comes to mind that I'm thinking of is Luis Gonzalez, the former Arizona Diamondback. He had a very pronounced open stance, as did one of his teammates. His name's eluding me right now. The 3-0 misses high and inside, ball 4. Third walk allowed by DJ Mitchell today. The Ducks with a 2-out base runner here in the 5th inning. Sergio Miranda will step in. And fans, that's another municipal credit union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So 2 outs and a runner on first base for Long Island here in the top of the 5th inning. We're all tied up at 1. Sergio Miranda will be the batter. He had an RBI single his first time up back in the 3rd inning. This is his first run batted in of the season. A ground ball that got through the middle of the infield, scoring John Myers from second base and tying up the ball game at 1. Miranda, switch hitter, batting from the left side, takes the first pitch fastball away, ball 1. Peacock not with great speed at first base, so wouldn't expect to see him try to swipe a bag and to get into scoring position for Miranda. Phelan Lentini awaits on deck, hoping for an opportunity. Mitchell works from the stretch here, checks the runner at first. The 1-0. Fastball, outside corner at the knees for a called strike, 1-1. A nice pitch there from DJ Mitchell to even up the count. Miranda playing in his first season with the Ducks. A utility infielder, has experience at every position along the infield throughout his minor league career. The 1-1. Misses outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Miranda did not play in baseball last season. Was recently, well, the last time he was in professional baseball was with the Atlanta Braves, their organization, back in 2012. The 2-1. In there for a called strike. And the count runs even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 away here in the top of the 5th inning. Brian Peacock leading off of first base. He represents the go-ahead run. Miranda at the plate, already with an RBI today. Mitchell comes set. He'll work from the stretch. The 2-2. Taken in the dirt for a ball. And the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Miranda, in 2012, played 25 games in the Braves farm system with their single-A team, Rome, in the Sally League, the South Atlantic League. They also spent some time in independent baseball, including 1 game with the Bridgeport Bluefish that season. The 3-2 to Miranda, swung on and missed strike 3, and that will retire the side. So no runs for the Ducks on no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. As we move to the bottom of the 5th inning, still tied up at 1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is pitcher Jared Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
All 2,000 of us at PSEG Long Island care deeply about our communities. Our company has a long-standing commitment to giving back, and our people, along with our energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, are helping to improve the businesses and towns we all call home. Learn more about how we're working together to better serve our communities. Visit us at psegLINY.com/community.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on this Wednesday morning game. We had a 10:35 first pitch between the Ducks and the Bluefish. We have officially hit noon here on this Wednesday, May the 14th, and we're all tied up at 1, moving to the bottom of the 5th inning. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors for Long Island. 1 run on 3 hits and no errors for the Bluefish. Bobby Blevins back on the mound to work his 5th inning of work. He allowed 2 walks in the bottom of the 4th, but was able to escape danger by striking out Denny Almonte and forcing Luis Rodriguez to fly out to left field on a spectacular diving catch made by Adam Bailey. The ball was falling fast. Bailey's first step was back, and he raced in, dove head first, and was able to make the catch. So here in the 5th inning, it'll be Juan Martinez leading things off for Bridgeport. Martinez followed by James Simmons back at the top of the order, and Sean Burrows. But Blevins will toe the rubber here. Has allowed the 1 run on 3 hits so far, has 6 strikeouts and 2 walks. First pitch to Martinez, a fastball misses outside, 1-0. Martinez struck out swinging his first time up back in the 2nd inning. The 1-0. Fouled off over the screen, out of play. And the count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. You can see in the distance here, beyond the center field fence at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, is the Bridgeport Port Jeff Ferry just arriving at the station as Martinez lines one up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Lentini bobbles the ball initially. Martinez with a wide turnaround first, but he'll hold there as the ball didn't elude Lentini far enough to try to entice Martinez to take second base. So it's a leadoff base hit for Bridgeport and Juan Martinez. 4th hit of the ball game for the Bluefish, and that'll bring James Simmons to the plate with the runner at first base and nobody out. And we'll see how Bridgeport decides to play this inning with both pitchers pitching well in today's ball game. Blevins has only allowed now 4 hits. Mitchell has only allowed 2 hits. And with the top of the order, we'll see if Bridgeport decides to play small ball or they let their batters swing away. Martinez leading off of first, and Blevins will throw back. Martinez scampers back to first base safely. Again, Bridgeport hasn't been a team to steal a lot of bases. They have 2 stolen bases today, however, to give them 11 on the season. First pitch to Simmons. Fastball in there for a called strike, 0-1. Juan Martinez leading off of first base. He has yet to steal a base for the Bluefish this year. Not a very large lead off of first. He's being held on by Joe Ash Brodeen. Blevins about to throw his 75th pitch of the afternoon. Works from the stretch. The 0-1. Misses inside. It deflects off of Peacock's glove. Rolls down the third base line. And advancing to second on the passed ball is Juan Martinez. There's an inside fastball. Maybe Peacock got a little crossed up. Maybe some miscommunication between him and Blevins. But a ball that Peacock probably should have caught. We ruled a passed ball. Martinez advances over to second base, and now the Bluefish have the go-ahead run in scoring position with nobody out here in the last of the 5th inning. Both Puckett and Miranda will shade towards the second base bag to try to keep Martinez honest. The 1-1 to Simmons. Grounded softly, back to Blevins. He's not able to field it cleanly. Miranda charges in on the deflection, throws to first in time. Advancing to third on the ground out is Juan Martinez. It took a tricky hop when Bobby Blevins was coming off the mound as it kind of hit off the heel of his glove and then rolled right to Miranda, who was backing him up well. Miranda charged in, fielded it cleanly, and made the throw onto first base in time for the 1-6-3 putout. But advancing over to third on the play is Juan Martinez. And now Bridgeport has the go-ahead run 90 feet away from home. Sean Burrows will be the batter. And the Ducks will bring the infield in to try to hold Martinez at third base in the case of a ground ball. First pitch to Burrows. Swung on, lifted left field, moving over is Bailey, and that's going to drop for an extra base hit. Down the left field line, Martinez in to score from third. Burrows at second with a stand-up double. Bridgeport with a run here in the bottom of the fifth, and they've taken a 2-1 lead. Burrows was first pitch swinging with the infield drawn in for Long Island. It looked like he might have been jammed a little bit, but he did a nice job of hitting the ball inside out. Drove it down the left field line. And the Bridgeport Bluefish with a 2-1 lead here, one away in the bottom of the fifth inning. Burrows will lead off of second base, and Brandon Boggs will be the batter. Boggs 1 for 2, had an RBI triple back in the first inning to provide the other run of the ball game for Bridgeport. First pitch to Boggs. Curveball drops in for a strike, knee high, 0-1. Boggs now with 7 runs batted in this season. It's an RBI double for Burrows, so Burrows now with 8 runs batted in. He's got 2 RBI in this series against the Ducks, now 3 doubles as well. The 0-1 misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Boggs, a former major leaguer, split the 2013 season between AAA teams in both the Minnesota Twins and Atlanta Braves farm system. I previously spent 4 years at the big league level. Curveball misses low to Boggs, 2-1. He's with the Texas Rangers from 2008 to 2010 and was with the Milwaukee Brewers in 2011. A left-handed batter here to work against Bobby Blevins, with Sean Burrows leading off of second. The 2-1 misses low. And the count moves to 3 balls and 1 strike. Infield with a slight shift towards the right side against the left-handed hitting Boggs. Miranda playing close to the second base bag. Puckett playing deep, and Brodin guarding the line. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball in there for a called strike. And the count runs full, 3-2. Cody Overbeck awaiting on deck. Ducks trailing this ball game 2-1. 2 runs on 5 hits for Bridgeport, 1 run on 2 hits for Long Island. DJ Mitchell has been strong on the rubber so far for the Bluefish. Bobby Blevins has been strong on the mound for Long Island as well. With the Bluefish leading it as the 3-2 is lined up the middle, falling fast. In comes Lentini, it'll drop for a base hit. Burrows froze with the ball in the air, so he'll advance to third. The 6th hit of the ball game for Bridgeport, their 3rd hit of the inning. And they'll have runners on the corners with 1 out. And the cleanup batter, Cody Overbeck, stepping in. Well, that ball looked like it jammed Boggs a little bit as well. But was able to get it to drop in front of Lentini. A couple of infielders come to the mound to offer Blevins some encouragement. Nobody getting loose in the Ducks bullpen just yet, so this is Blevins' inning to finish. Overbeck is 0 for 2 so far today, but a big juncture of this ball game now. The Ducks already trailing 2-1, and with DJ Mitchell throwing a strong game on the mound, can't afford to fall behind by too much more. The Ducks did come from behind yesterday to win last night's ball game. They trailed at one point 4-2, eventually won the game 5-4. First pitch here to Overbeck is drilled down the left field line, foul. And the count is 0-1. Leading off of third base is Sean Burrows. Off of first base, Brandon Boggs. Overbeck's got 3 home runs and 10 runs batted in on the season. Entered tonight's ball game with a .259 batting average. Right-handed batter working against the right-handed Blevins. Middle infield at double play depth, hoping for a ground ball. The 0-1 to Overbeck. Grounded to third. McClendon in front. On to second for 1. The turn to first. In time! A 5-4-3 double play, just what the doctor ordered for Bobby Blevins and the Ducks, and that'll get him out of the 5th inning. But Bridgeport grabs a 2-1 lead on an RBI double by Sean Burrows. At the end of 5, it's Bluefish 2, Ducks 1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Phelan Lentini, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Top of the 6th inning from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, with Bridgeport leading it over Long Island by a score of 2-1. 2 runs on 6 hits, no errors for the Bluefish. 1 run on 2 hits and no errors for the Ducks. DJ Mitchell back on the mound for the Bluefish. He'll work his 6th inning of work. It'll be his longest start of the season for Bridgeport, and he'll work against the top of the order for Long Island, trying to get back into this game as they trail 2-1. Phelan Lentini will lead things off, followed by Chris McClendon and Lou Ford, all due up here in the 6th. A 10:35 first pitch start time here in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And a nice sized crowd on hand with camps and schools coming out for the game, including, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the Hop Hog High School from Long Island made the trip across the Sound to check out the game today. They got a tour of the ballpark before first pitch. First pitch fastball to Lentini at the knees for a called strike 0-1. They were taken around the ballpark. Also brought into the press box. I got an opportunity to talk with some of them. The 0-1 to Lentini misses low, 1-1. So despite being hosted by the Bluefish, a couple of them noticed that I was wearing my Ducks hat, offered me good luck and said go Ducks, so that was nice to see. The 1-1 to Lentini misses inside. 2 balls and 1 strike now. Phelan is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Struck out in the first inning, dropped down an infield single on a bunt in the 3rd. Extended his on-base streak to 12 consecutive games. The 2-1 to Lentini is lifted to center, but right at James Simmons. He barely has to move and makes the catch, 1 away. That'll bring up Chris McClendon, who continues to have a rough go at it at the plate. He hit the ball hard a couple of times last night, but went 0 for 4. He's 0 for 2 so far today, including grounding into a 6-3 double play back in the 3rd inning. So McClendon, a left-handed batter, will step in against DJ Mitchell here with 1 out, nobody on in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch to McClendon, a changeup on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Mitchell works quickly from the windup here. The 0-1 to McClendon. Misses inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. McClendon swings and misses at a changeup in the dirt, and the count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chris now a 150 batter this season. Mitchell quickly from the windup here. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled off down the 3rd baseline, over the suite level and out of the ballpark near North Frontage Street. Again, if you haven't come up, I should say, to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a game yet, a lot of things going on in the immediate distance of this ballpark. You have the ferry station located to the right towards the water. You have the Webster Bank Arena located beyond the fence in left field as the 1-2 to McClendon misses upstairs, 2-2. And you have the scenic factory, or whatever that is, down the right field line. I've been to Bridgeport many times. I went to school in Connecticut, and I'm still not exactly sure what that factory is used for. Nonetheless, it certainly is a defining structure here in Bridgeport as the change that misses outside to McClendon and the count runs full, 3-2. You also have the Amtrak and the Metro North train tracks that run beyond the center field fence here. So a lot going on around the ballpark, a lot of moving parts here in Bridgeport. The 3-2 to McClendon. Swung on and lifted foul down the left field line out of play. And the count remains full. Of course, Webster Bank Arena is the home of the Ducks AHL affiliate, the Bridgeport Sound Tigers. And there's some question to the Sound Tigers' future, considering that Long Island will soon be moving, considering that the Islanders will soon be moving from the Nassau Coliseum out to Brooklyn, as McClendon swings and misses at the changeup, strike 3. Fourth strikeout of the ball game for DJ Mitchell. 2 outs now in the top of the 6th inning, and Lou Ford will step in. Ford is 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out to the pitcher. Both times he's been up, both in the 1st and 4th innings. Currently on a 9-game on-base streak. He had a 6-game hit streak that was snapped on Mother's Day, but did reach base on a hit batsman, so that continued his on-base streak. During these 9 games, however, Lou Ford has been swinging the bat very well. First pitch fastball misses inside, 1-0. Ford is batting .500. That's 17 of 34 from the plate during this 9-game on-base streak, with 3 doubles, 1 home run, 8 runs batted in, and 9 runs scored. The 1-0 swung on and missed, strike 1, 1-1. Well, with the Sound Tigers, the question is, once the New York Islanders move to Brooklyn, all of a sudden there's going to be a hockey facility that's opening in Uniondale, Long Island. So the question is, could the Sound Tigers then move across the Sound and play their home games on Long Island, as Ford bloops one to shallow right field, and that will drop for a base hit. So Lou Ford with his first hit of the ball game, only the 3rd hit overall for the Ducks, but extends Ford's on-base streak to 10 consecutive games. He continues to swing a hot bat for Long Island, and the Ducks have the tying run now at first base and the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Joash Brodin. Ford not getting all of that ball, but hitting it where the outfielders were not. Able to bloop it down the right field line, and it fell in front of the right fielder Almonte. So now Joash Brodin will come to the plate with an opportunity where a gapper could potentially tie up this ball game at 2. Mitchell works from the stretch against Brodin. First pitch curveball misses outside, 1-0. Some of the kids in attendance today trying to start a wave here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Certainly getting into it. Ford leads off of first base. Not a very large lead. He's being held on by Cody Overbeck. Mitchell from the stretch, the 1-0. Misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. But then to finish up on the Sound Tigers, of course, I don't have any additional information on this, so I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just considering what I've read in the past. If the Sound Tigers were to hypothetically move over to Long Island and play in Uniondale, then there would be a hockey facility here in Bridgeport that would free up. And the talk is that there would be a chance that the New York Rangers AHL affiliate, the Wolfpack, who are currently playing up in Hartford, as the 2-0 comes inside and misses Brodin. It deflects off of Rodriguez's glove and rolls to the backstop. Ford advances to second. He takes a wide turn around there, but he'll hold as Rodriguez finds the ball and, frustrated, throws the ball back towards the Bluefish dugout once the play was ruled dead. So it's a 3-0 count now to Brodin. First base unoccupied. Ford moves to second on the wild pitch. And we'll see what the strategy is here for the Bluefish. We'll see what the strategy is for Joash Brodin. Whether Brodin is given the green light on a 3-0 count, or a base hit could tie up this ball game for Long Island. Rodriguez will step out to the mound to talk things over with Mitchell. Talk strategy. Adam Bailey awaits on deck for Long Island. Bailey, a left-handed batter, so that matchup will work out in favor of the Ducks. But Bailey's 0 for 2 so far today against Mitchell. Brodeen is 0 for 2 as well, 0 for 1, I should say. He flew out to the shortstop back in the second inning and walked in the fourth. He's ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes here as Mitchell steps back onto the mound. Ford will dance off of second base. Mitchell comes set, checks the runner. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball outside, ball 4. Fourth walk allowed by DJ Mitchell today. The Ducks have runners at first and second and 2 outs as Adam Bailey will step in. And fans, that's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins.
Left fielder number 13, Adam Bailey.
So Ford will lead off of second base, Brodeen off of first. Bailey at the plate, or a base hit could tie up the ball game for Long Island. A gapper could potentially give him the lead. Bailey's got 10 runs batted in this season. Top of the 6th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Ducks trailing it against the Bluefish 2-1. Ford leads off of second base. First pitch to Bailey, swung on and grounded to the right side. Over is Overbeck. He makes the play, underhand tosses to first. Mitchell covers the bag, and the side is retired. So on one pitch, DJ Mitchell gets Adam Bailey to ground out to first base, and that will retire the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on. As we move to the bottom of the 6th inning, Bridgeport continues to lead 2-1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is Adam Bailey, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit FireIslandFerries.com.
Bring your birthday to the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available for the 2014 season. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Bottom of the 6th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel as Long Island trails it against the Bluefish 2-1 in the second game of this 3-game set. First installment of the Ferry Cup series between these two teams this year. Bobby Blevins back on the mound for his 6th inning of work against the Bluefish as he'll go up against the 5, 6, 7 batters. Ramon Castro leads things off. First pitch swinging, fouls it off down the first base line. Quickly no balls and 1 strike. Right-handed Castro is 0 for 1 today. Struck out in the first inning, walked in the 4th, stole second base but was stranded there. Blevins has allowed 2 runs on 6 hits to this point. The 0-1 grounded to the left side and through for a base hit. 7th hit of the ball game for Bridgeport. Castro with his first hit of this series. He's now been on base 2 consecutive times. So a leadoff base runner for the Bluefish. The second time this afternoon that Bridgeport has gotten the leadoff base runner on, or the leadoff batter on base. So now Luis Lopez will step in. Lopez is 0 for 1. He walked his last time up. Right-handed batter. some motion finally now in the Ducks bullpen. Looks like the first reliever that's getting up is Brett Lorne. As Blevins throws over to first base and Castro back standing safely. Castro has yet to steal a base with the Bluefish this season, this now being his 5th game in a blue and white uniform. Blevins comes set, works from the stretch. First pitch to Lopez, misses low, 1-0. Blevins has been an important pitcher for the Ducks the last couple of seasons since he came over from the Can-Am League in trades with the Rockland Boulders at the ends of both 2012 and 2013 years. This is the first season that he has started things off with Long Island. Certainly a successful player over in the Can-Am League as he works from the stretch here. The 1-0. Lopez lifts it, foul territory behind home plate. Brian Peacock back, he has space, he makes the catch, 1 away in the bottom of the 6th inning. Denny Almonte now will be the batter for the Bluefish. Almonte is 1 for 2. He had a single back in the 2nd inning, stole second base, also struck out in the 4th. Well, Blevins in 2012, after he came over from the Rockland Boulders in the postseason, made 2 starts. Did not factor into decision, but he had a 3.75 ERA in those 2 starts. First pitch to Almonte on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. It left a strong enough taste in the Ducks' mouth that they wanted to bring Blevins back in 2013. As Blevins works from the stretch here, the 1-0 Almonte misses outside, 1-1. Last year during the regular season, Blevins with the Ducks went 1-1 in 2 starts with a 4.85 earned run average. 13 innings of work. In the postseason, did not factor into decision in just 1 start, but he went 5 innings in that 1 start with a 1.12 ERA as Almonte fouls off the fastball and the count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. He went 8 innings, allowing 5 hits, 1 run, no walks, and 4 strikeouts in the postseason for Long Island last year. And now he's starting off the season with the Ducks this year. Blevins works from the stretch. The 1-2 to Almonte on the outside corner for a called strike 3. 7th strikeout of the ball game for Bobby Blevins. Almonte disagrees and he'll slowly walk back to the Bridgeport Bluefish dugout. But 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th, and Luis Rodriguez will step in. Rodriguez is 0 for 2 today. Flew out to second base and flew out to left field. Back in the 4th inning, it was a fantastic diving catch made by Adam Bailey. A hashtag SC Top 10 play, which kept the Bridgeport Bluefish off the scoreboard in that inning and kept the game tied at 1 momentarily. First pitch from Blevins here on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. The Ducks have turned nice defensive plays both at the end of the 4th and 5th innings to keep the game close. It was Bailey's diving catch in the 4th and a 5-4-3 double play turned in the 5th to end threats from Bridgeport as Rodriguez fouls off the fastball and he's quickly fallen behind in the count, 0-2. Blevins did not appear in a game against the Bridgeport Bluefish last year, so this is the first time that Blevins is going up against Bridgeport in the regular season in his Atlantic League career. Leading off of first base is Ramon Castro. At the plate, Luis Rodriguez. And Blevins will throw over. Castro back standing safely, being held on by Joe Ashbrodeen. 2 runs on 7 hits, no errors for Bridgeport. 1 run on 3 hits and no errors for the Ducks. We had a combined 3 errors in last night's ball game, none so far here today. Of course, the Ducks had 2 errors in the first 2 innings, which led to 4 runs for Bridgeport, 3 of which were unearned. Slider misses outside to Rodriguez. And the count now 1-2. Infield plays back with 2 outs here. Blevins trying to work through 6 innings and keep this game in a 1-run ball game. Brett Lauren has been getting loose in the bullpen. He's ready to go. The 0-2, swing and a foul tip. Rodriguez just able to get a piece of it, and Peacock not able to hold on to the tip. So Rodriguez stays alive. The count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Long Island won last night, 5-4 in a comeback effort. They trailed by as many as 2 runs in last night's ballgame. The 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning propelled the Ducks to the 5-4 victory. Here, the 1-2 curveball misses low, and Peacock blocks it. That holds Castro at first base and advances the count even. Deuces wild here. With the outfield straight up against the right-handed Rodriguez. The infield straight up as well. Brodin holding on Castro at first base. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bridgeport holding a 2-1 lead. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted right center field. This could be trouble. Ranging over is Myers. It'll fall for an extra base hit and roll to the wall. Rounding third base is Castro. He will come in to score an RBI double from Luis Rodriguez. And the Bluefish have added another run here in the bottom of the 6th inning. They lead it 3-1. A 2-out RBI double from Luis Rodriguez. His 6th run batted in of the season. And that one hurts if you're Bobby Blevins. A strike away from getting out of this inning. Instead, it's Rodriguez who pokes a double into the gap in right center field. And now the Ducks trailing by 2. The score 3-1. Up to the plate comes Juan Martinez. He is 1 for 2 today. Singled back in the 5th. Came around to score after he advanced to second on a pass ball. Scored an RBI double from Sean Burrows. First pitch swing, Martinez grounds it to third. McClendon fields it cleanly. He'll fire it on to first, and that will retire the side. But the Bluefish add another run here in the bottom of the 6th inning on an RBI double by Luis Rodriguez. As we move to the top of the 7th, Bridgeport leads it 3-1 over the Ducks on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is outfielder John Myers, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Top of the 7th inning from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball. 3 runs on 8 hits and no errors for the Bluefish. They're out on top of this one. 1 run on just 3 hits and no errors for the Ducks. DJ Mitchell back on the mound to work his 7th inning of work against Long Island. He's allowed just 3 hits to this point with 4 strikeouts and 4 walks. And he's out there, and he'll work against the 6, 7, 8 batters for the Ducks. Cody Puckett leads things off, followed by John Myers and Brian Peacock. Some of the kids here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard getting into it now with Gangnam Style being played. The Korean pop single that was such a huge sensation, I want to say about a year ago. I'm not exactly sure when Gangnam Style came out, but certainly took this country by storm when it came out, and all of the little kids that are about ranging from 5 to 10 years old still all know the dance. They're jumping around. Certainly adding some life here in Bridgeport to this ballpark. After last night, not a great showing from the Bridgeport faithful. But DJ Mitchell settles in against Cody Puckett to lead things off in the top of the 7th inning. The first pitch fastball misses inside, 1-0. Infield plays back, the outfield straight up against Puckett, who's 0 for 2 so far today. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and chopped foul, 1-1. The 3 hits today for Long Island. First one came from Sergio Miranda in the top of the 3rd inning. It was an RBI single up the middle, which scored John Myers from second base to tie up the ball game at 1. The next batter, Phelan Lentini, dropped an infield single on a perfectly placed bunt down the third base line. The 1-1 to Puckett. Swung on and drilled into left center field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Ranging over is James Simmons. Plays it on a couple of bounces and gets it back to the infield. But it's a single for Cody Puckett, the 4th hit of the ball game for Long Island. They've got a leadoff base runner on here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And with that, Puckett increases his hit streak to 7 consecutive games now. And he's hit safely in 9 of his last 10. So Puckett continues to swing the bat well for Long Island. John Myers will step to the plate now. Myers is 0 for 1. He walked back in the 3rd and has scored the lone run of the ball game for the Ducks. Long Island trailing by 2 here in the top of the 7th inning. Bridgeport with some movement in their bullpen. So we'll see how long Mitchell stays out on the mound for. First pitch to Myers is a fastball that misses low and inside, 1-0. Myers, a right-handed batter, has 1 run batted in on the season. Puckett leads off at first base, being held on by Cody Overbeck. Mitchell from the stretch, the 1-0, comes inside and hits him. Looked like that hit Myers either on the elbow or on the hand. He's disappointed and kind of shakes off his right hand a little bit, but he's fine, and he'll walk down the first base line. And the Ducks have runners at first and second and nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Long Island trying to mount a comeback against Bridgeport for the 2nd consecutive day. Brian Peacock will be the batter. The Willie Upshaw will step out to the mound for Bridgeport. He'll talk things over with Mitchell and see if he makes a pitching change. No motion towards the bullpen just yet, but we'll see what he decides to do. Fans warm up with a hot cup of Hampton Coffee Company gourmet coffee available during Ducks home games at our concession stand. Regular and decaf, Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons. The entire infield meeting on the mound alongside Willie Upshaw to talk over strategy here with Brian Peacock at the plate, and we'll see what the Ducks decide to do here. You've got the tying run at first base, the go-ahead run at the plate, and the bottom of the order. We'll see if Kevin Baez decides to drop down a bunt here. A successful sacrifice bunt would potentially put the tying run at second base and a runner at third as well. And in that situation, it would bring up Sergio Miranda with first base unoccupied. And also in that situation, you'd likely see the Bluefish pitch to Miranda with Phelan Lentini awaiting on deck. So we'll see what the Ducks decide to do. The infield corners draw in, the middle infield playing back. Peacock at the plate. Not squaring. First pitch fastball misses outside, 1-0. So interesting. Peacock not asked to bunt in this situation with 2 runners on and nobody out. Peacock does have a .300 batting average entering today's ball game. Struck out his first time up, walked in the 5th. Sergio Miranda awaits on deck. Peacock still looking for his first run batted in of the season. Mitchell works from the stretch, and Peacock asks for time. It's granted to him by the home plate umpire. Mitchell was taking his time checking Puckett at second base, and it took a long enough time for him to try to deliver home that Peacock asked for time. So some cat and mouse being played both by Mitchell, Peacock, and Cody Puckett at second base. 3-1, the Bluefish on top here. And the top of the 7th inning, but the Ducks with 2 runners on and nobody out. Came from behind and erased a 2-run deficit last night, trying to do the same here today. The 1-0 to Peacock. This is inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Peacock, one of 3 catchers currently with the Ducks today. alongside Anthony Arminio and Keith Castillo, who has rejoined Long Island for this road trip, as Peacock grounds one to third. Short hop fielded by Burrows at third. He throws on to second for the force out. And that's all that the Bluefish are going to get. A hard slide into second base from John Myers breaks up the opportunity for a potential double play. So now Long Island will have runners on the corners and one out. And Sergio Miranda will step in. So a fielder's choice, 5-4 if you're keeping score at home. Puckett advances over to third base. Myers out on the 5-4. And now Sergio Miranda, who is 1 for 2 with a run batted in today, will step in. Puckett off of third base, Peacock off of first. Middle infield playing a double play depth. Overbeck holding on Peacock at first base, and Burrows playing off the line at third. First pitch to Miranda, swung on and fouled off, 0-1. Well, Ducks would love for Miranda to be able to continue this inning and give Phelan Lentini an opportunity to potentially tie up the ball game or give the Ducks the lead, depending on what Miranda does here. Tying run leads off of first base. Ducks trail 3-1, one away in the top of the 7th inning. Mitchell works from the stretch. Takes his time. The 0-1. Changeup misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Miranda, with runners in scoring position this season, is 0 for 1. Well, before he came up entering today's ball game, I should say, as he fouls off the fastball. And the count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. He did have a base hit with John Myers at second base back in the 3rd inning. It was his first hit with the runner in scoring position this season. Ducks gained 1 game on both Bridgeport and Somerset yesterday with their 5-4 victory and Somerset's loss to Camden. Mitchell works from the stretch here. The 1-2 to Miranda. Fouled off down the third base line, out of play. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Bridgeport trying to bounce back with a victory here today against the Ducks. We had a 10:35 first pitch between these two sides. That's how we're, in case you're just tuning in and wondering why we are already in the 7th inning at 12:40 p.m. The 1-2 to Miranda misses upstairs, and the count runs even, 2-2. The dangerous Phelan Lentini awaiting on deck, hoping for an opportunity. But right now it's Sergio Miranda at the plate, getting the spot of Dan Lyons today. Lyons started last night at shortstop for Long Island, and the Ducks giving him the day off. The 2-2 to Miranda. Swung on and missed, strike 3. DJ Mitchell with a big strikeout there against Sergio Miranda. 2 outs now in the top of the 7th inning. The lineup will turn back over to the top and Phelan Lentini. Miranda now 1 for 3 today with a pair of strikeouts. 6 strikeouts now on the afternoon for DJ Mitchell. He could certainly use 1 more. Long Island still threatening. 2 outs and runners on the corners here in the top of the 7th inning. Long Island trailing 3-1. Puckett off of third, Peacock off of first, Lentini at the plate. A righty-on-righty matchup. First pitch, fastball misses inside and nearly hit Lentini. Lentini thought that it hit him. And now Kevin Baez will start to walk towards home plate and argue that it hit against Lentini. It sounded from here like there was a second little sound before the ball was caught by the catcher, Luis Rodriguez. And Lentini immediately turned around and looked towards the home plate umpire as if to say that the ball skidded against his uniform before Luis Rodriguez caught the ball. Once the call was not made for a hit batsman, Lentini then turned towards Kevin Baez, who proceeded to walk down the third base line. So Baez gets the explanation out of the home plate umpire. And now he'll walk back to the coach's box down the third base line. So a 1-0 count to Lentini. Tying run leads off of first base. Mitchell from the stretch, the 1-0. Swung on, lifted, right center field, deep, but ranging back is Simmons. He tracks it down, makes the catch, and the inning comes to a close. So the Ducks strand a pair here in the top of the 7th inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on. will take a stretch and then move to the bottom of the 7th inning with Bridgeport on top by a score of 3-1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, it's Jeremy Accardo, pitcher, and you're listening to the Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at pseglinY.com/save money.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Casey Barnes, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
A new pitcher on the mound for the Ducks as we move to the bottom of the 7th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call. Brett Lauren will enter the game for Long Island as Bobby Blevins' day comes to a close. Blevins worked 6 innings, allowing 3 runs, all of which were earned on 8 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts. He ends on the long side of the decision right now as Lauren will enter and try to keep this a 2-run ball game. Lauren will work against the top of the order for the Bluefish. First pitch to James Simmons, misses inside, 1 ball and no strikes. It'll be Simmons, Sean Burrows, and Brandon Boggs due up here for the Bluefish in the bottom of the 7th inning. 3 runs on 8 hits for Bridgeport, 1 run on 4 hits for Long Island. The 1-0 to Simmons misses inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Lauren working on the mound here for Long Island, the tallest player on the roster. The 2-0 to Simmons. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Count now 2-1. Lauren is 6'7", 245-pound right-handed reliever from Laguna Niguel, California. In his first season in independent baseball, first season with the Ducks. The 2-1. Fastball misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. So far this season for Lauren, he is not allowed a run in his first 8 appearances. One of the very strong relievers out of the bullpen. 3-1 to Simmons is lined down the right field line, slicing foul, and it will land out of play. The count runs full. Lauren has not factored into a decision yet this year. In 8 appearances, he's tossed 7 innings, in which he is not allowed a run, 5 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts. And he looks to keep the Bluefish off the board here in the bottom of the 7th. The 3-2 to Simmons, chopped foul. And Simmons is able to stay alive.
Attention, all Bridgeport Middle School students. Please report to Gate B.
The Ducks had an opportunity to tie up the ball game in the top half of the 7th inning, but weren't able to capitalize. The 3-2 to Simmons is fouled off once again. Cody Puckett led off the inning with a base hit, and then John Myers was hit by a pitch, so the Ducks had runners at first and second and nobody out. But Brian Peacock grounded into a fielder's choice to put runners on the corners with 1 out. Sergio Miranda struck out, and Phelan Lentini flew out to center to end the inning. As Simmons goes down on strikes here, laid on a fastball, 1 away in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Sean Burrows will step in. It's the 8th strikeout of the ball game for Ducks pitching. And Burrows, left-handed batter, will now work against Brett Lauren here. Ducks relievers have just been so strong this entire season. They had a strong series against the Lancaster Barnstormers. And they were strong last night as well. First pitch to Burrows. Fastball in there for a called strike, 0-1. Last night, Eric Neeson struck out a pair in the first 2 batters that he went up against. Then Jeremy Accardo came in and finished off the 8th inning, scoreless. Burrows lifts one down the left field line, foul, and it will land in the Ducks bullpen. So no balls and 2 strikes now to the former major leaguer. Leo Rosales then worked a quick, scoreless 1-2-3 bottom of the 9th inning last night to finish off the ball game, give him his 6th save of the year, and give the Ducks the come-from-behind 5-4 victory. The 0-2 to Burrows just misses inside. The count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Burrows is 2 for 3 today. The 1-2. Fastball, that one's in there for the called strike 3. Lauren strikes out a pair in the first 2 batters that he faces. 2 outs and nobody on, and Brandon Boggs will step to the plate. Struck out James Simmons swinging. Strikes out Sean Burrows looking. 2 outs and nobody on here in the last of the 7th inning. Bridgeport still holding on to a 3-1 lead, and they'll have their number 3 batter, Brandon Boggs, at the dish. Boggs is 2 for 3 today, had an RBI triple in the first inning, which got the scoring started. First pitch from Lauren to Boggs. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. He then flew out to the second baseman in the 3rd before singling in the 5th. The 1-0 to Boggs. Swung on and chopped softly back to the pitcher. Lauren fields it, underhand tosses it on to first, and that will retire the side. So a quick 1-2-3 inning worked by Brett Lauren here in the last of the 7th. Moved to the top of the 8th with the Ducks trailing it against the Bluefish 3-1 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey fans, this is infielder Ryan Strebe, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolak paving stones and walls. Nicolak's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolak. Visit the Nicolak Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicolak.com.
Let Nicolak Pavers, Nicolak Pavers, pave your way.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball.
Beth Beach Ballpark is set. Quacker Jack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Top of the 8th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel. A new pitcher on the mound for Bridgeport as Joe Bateman will come on here for the top of the 8th inning to try to set up the hold and get it over to the 9th inning where the Bridgeport Bluefish look to win this ball game. But the day officially comes to a close for DJ Mitchell. Mitchell works 7 innings, allowing run earned on 4 hits, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. It's the longest outing of the season for Mitchell, and he'll hope to earn the win. But it'll be up to the Bluefish bullpen to keep the Ducks bats at bay. Here in the top of the 8th inning, Long Island will have the 2-3-4 batters due up. Chris McClendon followed by Lou Ford and Joash Brodeen for Long Island. McClendon will lead things off. He's 0 for 3 today. Now 0 for 7 in this series against the Bluefish. Number 2 batter in the lineup for Long Island. Working up against Joe Bateman here. 0-1 on the season with a 1.50 ERA and 6 innings of work. Bateman is 6'1", 185-pound right-handed reliever from Pittsfield, Mass. First pitch to McClendon is fouled off down the third base line, out of play, 0-1. Bateman now in his 13th season of professional baseball, was drafted in the 32nd round by the San Francisco Giants back in the 2012 draft out of UMass Amherst. It's now his 3rd season with the Bridgeport Bluefish. The 0-1 to McClendon misses upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. Last year, Bateman appeared in 6 games against Long Island, including 1 start, went 12 1/3 innings of work, allowing 7 earned runs. An 0-1 record, good for a 5.11 earned run average. The 1-1 to McClendon, lifted left field, but straight at the left fielder Boggs. Takes a couple of steps to his left and makes the catch. 1 out now in the top of the 8th inning. Lou Ford will be the batter now for Long Island. He is 1 for 3 today, had a bloop single his last time up to extend his on-base streak now to a season-high 10 games. It's a season high for him. It's not the Ducks season high. The Ducks season high currently belongs to Phelan Lentini, who is now at 12 after his infield single back in the 3rd inning. But a righty-on-righty matchup here, Ford against Bateman. First pitch to Lou, fastball, misses upstairs, 1-0. The Ducks, one of 2 morning games currently going on in the Atlantic League. The other one being the Sugar Land Skeeters and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The 1-0 to Ford is fouled off to the screen, 1-1. In the bottom of the 8th inning in that ball game, Sugar Land leading it over Southern Maryland 1-0. Hey Ducks fans, do you want frequent updates on your team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Then follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will also be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions as Ford fouls off the fastball 1-2. More information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, league activities, and more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks. 3-1, the Bluefish on top here in the top of the 8th inning. Lou Ford at the plate facing a 1-2 count, 1 out, nobody on base. Bateman from the stretch, the 1-2. Swung on and lined into right center field for a base hit. Ford's 2nd hit of the ball game. And the Ducks have a 1-out base runner. They'll bring the tying run to the plate here in the top of the 8th in the form of Joash Brodeen. Well, Ford went hitless in his first 2 at-bats, but has base hits in his last 2. And now Brodeen will step in. Brodeen's 0 for 1 today. Flew out to the shortstop in the 2nd inning and has walked his last 2 times up. Again, Brodeen has been swinging the bat well as of late. Over his last 4 games, he's increased his batting average from 135 up to 200. In that span, he's also hit 2 home runs, driven in 5 runs, scored a pair of runs, and stolen a base. First pitch to Brodeen is lifted left side of the infield. Right under it is Burrows. He makes the catch, 2 outs. So not what Brodeen was looking for there. First pitch swinging against Joe Bateman. Bloops it over to Sean Burrows at 3rd base. So 2 outs now, and Ford continues to lead off of first base, and Adam Bailey's the batter. Bailey certainly with the power to go yard. He's got 4 home runs this year. He's 0 for 3 today, however. A left-handed batter working against the right-handed Bateman. Ducks trailing 3-1, top of the 8th. Bateman comes set, first pitch to Bailey, misses inside, 1-0. Adam Bailey has also shown off some of his heroics this year. Had a huge solo home run against the Lancaster Barnstormers Friday night off of Lancaster closer Pete Andrelzik. The 1-0 to Bailey, changeup outside corner for a strike, 1-1. That tied up the ball game at 8 apiece in a game that the Ducks had once led 7-0. Then Lancaster led 8-7. Bailey's home run tied it up at 8 in the top of the 9th. Long Island then added 2 more runs in that inning to take a 10-8 lead. The 1-1 to Bailey, swung on, lifted down the right field line, ranging over, and not able to make the play is Almonte. It lands fair for a double, and it bounces out of play, so a ground rule double holds Lou Ford at 3rd base, works against Long Island, and the Ducks will have 2 runners in scoring position. The tying run at 2nd base for Cody Puckett. Bailey lined it down the right field line, but it bounced right down that line into, I guess, out of play territory. It's tough to see from this angle because the Bridgeport bullpen sort of blocks off the final 15 feet down the right field line. So it's a ground rule double for Adam Bailey. That advances Lou Ford over to third base. Bailey represents the tying run. He's at second base. And Cody Puckett will step in. Puckett 1 for 3 today, now on the 7-game hit streak. We'll see if Bridgeport decides to pitch to Puckett or John Myers. Puckett represents the go-ahead run. Looks like they'll pitch to Puckett with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs. First pitch to Cody is a changeup that drops in for a strike, 0-1. A big moment in this game. The Ducks have had at least 2 base runners on in the last 2 innings, but have failed to capitalize. They have 2 runners on here with 2 outs. The 0-1 to Puckett, lifted, left center field, falling fast, ranging in his bogs, and he can't make the play. Ford scores from third. Bailey being waved around. The throw to the plate, not in time! A 2-run single by Cody Puckett. The throw eludes Rodriguez, advancing to second. On the throw is Puckett. A 2-run, 2-out single by Cody Puckett ties this ball game up at 3 apiece. Another clutch hit from Cody, his second hit of the ball game, given 8 runs batted in this year, and we're all tied up at 3 here in the top of the 8th inning. Cody Puckett comes through again. 3rd hit of the inning for Long Island. And for the 2nd consecutive day, the Ducks have rallied after trailing by 2 runs. They've tied it up here in the top of the 8th, and now John Myers will step in with an opportunity where a base hit can give Long Island the lead. Ford scored from third. Bailey was running all the way with 2 outs. He was able to score from second. Myers at the plate takes a first pitch slider outside, ball 1. So that will take Bobby Blevins off the hook. He'll get a no decision, as will Bluefish starter DJ Mitchell, who pitched 7 strong innings. He'll get a no decision also, as we're all tied up at 3. The 0-1 to Myers. Fastball at the knees for a called strike, and John has quickly fallen behind, 0-2. Cody Puckett with another big 2-out run-scoring hit to tie up this ball game at 3 apiece. Bateman from the stretch, the 1-1. Check swing, did he go around? Yes. And Bateman thought that was strike 3. Some confusion. The scoreboard originally said 0-2 and then quickly changed to 1-1 and now 1-2 on the check swing from John Myers. So Myers is still alive. The count now 1-2 with 2 outs and Puckett leading off of second base. Cody represents the go-ahead run for Long Island, all tied up at 3 here in the top of the 8th inning. The 1-2 pitch to Myers. Swung on, grounded up the middle, and Castro with the backhanded play is throw to first in time to throw out Myers, and the side is retired. It looked like for a moment that ball would get through, but Castro with a nice defensive play at second base to keep this ball game tied at 3. But Cody Puckett with a 2-out, 2-run single ties us up at 3 as we move to the bottom of the 8th inning. Ducks 3, Bluefish 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Brett Lauren, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Park in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire 15th anniversary season through live chats with Ducks players and exclusive video clips. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Life is better here.
Bottom of the 8th inning from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz here on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball. Brett Lauren back on the mound for Long Island in the bottom of the 8th. Lauren worked a quick 1-2-3 top of the bottom of the 7th inning for the Ducks, in which he struck out James Simmons and Sean Burrows. Cody Overbeck will be the batter here. Bluefish have their 4, 5, 6 batters due up. Lauren on the mound. First pitch to Overbeck. Fastball on the inside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Well, Long Island had a couple of opportunities both in the 6th and 7th inning to draw even with the Bluefish, but weren't able to find the big hit. They had a runner at first and second with 2 outs in the 6th, failed to capitalize. Had a runner at first and second with nobody out in the 7th inning and failed to score runners. Overbeck lifts one to center field. Lentini's over, he's got space, and he makes the catch, 1 away. That'll bring up Ramon Castro. He is 1 for 2 today. He's been on base the last couple of times, walked in the 4th, singled in the 6th. He also has a stolen base tonight. But the Ducks, after failing to capitalize in both the 6th and 7th innings, put up 2 runs in the 8th, thanks to a Cody Puckett 2-out, 2-run single to left field. Lauren on the mound, first pitch to Castro, misses outside, 1-0. Lou Ford with 1 out, singled into right center field to start off the rally. Brodin then flew out on the first pitch to the third baseman Burrows, as the 1-0 to Castro misses low, 2-0. Adam Bailey then with a ground rule double down the right field line to put runners at second and third. It looked like for a second that was going to work against Long Island, because Ford probably would have scored if not for the ground rule. As Castro grounds one softly up the middle, Miranda with the quick play over to first in time for the second out. That was softly hit, but a fine defensive play made by Sergio Miranda right in front of the second base bag. 2 outs and nobody on here in the last of the 8th inning. And that'll bring up Luis Lopez. So after Bailey's ground rule double down the right field line, it was Cody Puckett who came to the plate. And with 2 outs, he blooped the base hit into shallow left field. But with those 2 outs, Bailey was running all the way from second base on contact. He was able to score, and Puckett advanced to second on the throw. First pitch to Lopez, fastball at the knees for a called strike, 0-1. And Brett Lauren has pitched so far an inning and 2/3 of very strong baseball. He's not allowed a base runner, has retired all 5 batters that he's gone up against. The 0-1 to Lopez. Swung on, lifted, left field shallow, going back is Miranda. In comes Bailey. He reaches out and makes the catch, and the side is retired. Another quick 1-2-3 inning for Brett Lauren. He retires all 6 batters that he faces. And we'll move to the top of the 9th here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, all tied up at 3 here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey fans, this is catcher Keith Castillo, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
top of the 9th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel. And folks, we're all tied up at 3. It's been another exciting early morning / afternoon of baseball here between these two cross-sound rivals. 3 runs on 7 hits, no errors for Long Island. 3 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Bluefish. The Ducks with 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning for the 2nd consecutive ball game. Last night, it was to take the 5-4 lead. Tonight, it ties up the ball game at 3. Brian Peacock will lead things off against Joe Bateman out there for his 2nd inning of work. And Peacock takes a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Bateman allowed 2 runs to score on 3 hits in the top of the 8th, but he stays in the ball game for Bridgeport. The 1-0 to Peacock at the knees for a called strike, 1-1. Brian today is 0 for 2 with a walk back in the 5th inning. The 1-1 to Peacock. Fastball misses upstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, the Ducks would like nothing more in this situation than to grab a lead here in the top of the 9th and bring on Leo Rosales to try to close things out in the bottom half of this inning. But first things first, the Ducks have their 8-9-1 batters due up. The 2-1 to Peacock is a slider that breaks across the heart of the plate for a strike. And the count runs even at 2-2. Peacock still looking for his first run batted in of the season with Long Island. He's been getting the majority of the playing time behind home plate. The 2-2 is fouled off. Nice job by Peacock to reach out with the bat and to stay alive on the off-speed pitch. Well, I can't believe I didn't recognize it sooner, but all of the kids that were located behind home plate have left the ballpark for the time being, so it's a lot quieter now. The 2-2 to Peacock is grounded softly foul down the third base line. And the count stays even. Well, they had certainly added a lot of life to the ballpark through the first 7 innings of this ball game, but they have since cleared out, and in doing so, the majority of the attendance here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard has cleared out with them. Bateman from the stretch, the 2-2 to Peacock, swung on and fouled off. And Peacock able to stay alive against Bateman, working the count a little bit. Bridgeport with the southpaw getting loose in the bullpen. The Ducks with the reliever getting loose in the bullpen also. I believe that's Leo Rosales starting to get loose, and Fernando Hernandez might be throwing down there as well. Tough to tell from this angle. The 2-2 to Peacock. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A long battle between both Bateman and Peacock, but this time Joe Bateman wins it. So Peacock retired on strikes, and now Sergio Miranda will step in as the Metro North train slowly makes its way across the background here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Miranda had the first run batted in of the ball game for the Ducks. It was his first run batted in of the season as well. First pitch to Sergio is lifted down the left field line. This could be trouble. Boggs ranging over, and it drops fair. Or no, it's a foul ball. Oh, I don't know about that. Kevin Baez over to talk things over with the third base umpire, Derek Moshe. Boy, both of them have a much better call at that one than I did. Yikes. That would have been big for Long Island. Instead, it's ruled a foul ball. Moshe signaling over to Kevin Baez, putting his 2 hands in front of his body, only about a couple of inches apart from each other to signal that it was that close. But Moshe's confident that it's a foul ball. I'll trust his judgment. He's got a better view. The 0-1 to Miranda is lifted down the left field line again. This one will stay fair for Boggs, but it's in the air for a longer amount of time, and Boggs is able to make the catch for the second out. So Miranda narrowly missed what would have been a double down the left field line. Instead, he flies out to left field. So 2 outs and nobody on for the Ducks, and Phelan Lentini will step in. Lentini's 1 for 4 today. Had a single back in the 3rd inning on a perfectly placed bunt down the third base line. That extended his on-base streak out to 12 games now. The Ducks could certainly use a long ball. Lentini has not gone deep yet this season. He does have 13 runs batted in, however. First pitch to Phelan. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Lentini has not really been a stranger to the long ball throughout his career. And even in the Atlantic League, he's been able to put up a solid amount of home runs. So he lifts this one to left field shallow. Boggs comes in, has it lined up. Camps under it, makes the catch, and the inning comes to a close. So after Bateman allowed 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning, he works a 1-2-3 top of the 9th. We're tied up at 3, and Bridgeport will come to the plate in the bottom half of the 9th inning, looking for a walk-off victory. All 3s on the board as we move to the bottom of the 9th on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hi, this is reliever Leo Rosales, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
All 2,000 of us at PSEG Long Island care deeply about our communities. Our company has a long-standing commitment to giving back, and our people, along with our energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, are helping to improve the businesses and towns we all call home. Learn more about how we're working together to better serve our communities. Visit us at psegLINY.com/community.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel. We move to the bottom of the 9th inning. Oh, it has certainly been another exciting ball game between these two crosstown rivals. We're all tied up at 3 here. 3 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Bluefish. 3 runs on 7 hits and no errors for Long Island. Brett Lauren worked 2 perfect innings of relief for the Ducks, striking out a pair and not allowing a base runner, retiring all 6 batters that he went up against. And he hands the ball over to Fernando Hernandez, the 3rd pitcher used by Long Island today. And Hernandez will look to keep Bridgeport off the scoreboard here in the last of the 9th inning and provide us with some extra baseball in this Wednesday morning affair between these two sides today. Leading things off here in the bottom of the 9th inning for Bridgeport is Denny Almonte. It'll be the bottom of the order for the Bluefish. Almonte followed up by by Luis Rodriguez and Juan Martinez. Hernandez works from the stretch, the windup. First pitch to Almonte, fastball misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Long Island with 2 runs in the top half of the 8th inning to draw even with the Bluefish as Almonte swings through a fastball. And the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. Hernandez quickly from the windup, the 1-1 curveball just misses outside. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Denny Almonte. The 2-1. Fastball misses outside again. And Almonte has worked ahead in the count here. 3 balls and 1 strike against the Ducks reliever Fernando Hernandez. Hernandez from the wind, the 3-1. Swung on, lifted, center field, marginally deep, but Lentini's underneath it, has plenty of space. Takes a couple of steps in and makes the catch. 1 away here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And that'll bring up Luis Rodriguez. Rodriguez is 1 for 3, had an RBI double back in the 6th inning. That extended the Bridgeport lead from 2-1 out to 3-1. Right-handed batter working against Hernandez here. First pitch to Rodriguez, swung on and missed, strike 1. Rodriguez entered today's ballgame with a 200 batting average this year, the 0-1. Swung on, lifted, left field, fairly deep. Bailey ranging back towards the warning track. He tracks it down, makes the play for the 2nd out. Rodriguez put a nice swing onto that one, but just wasn't able to lift it far enough. Bailey runs it down at the edge of the warning track. So 2 outs and nobody on here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Fernando Hernandez 1 out away from sending this ball game into extra innings. Juan Martinez stands in his way, the number 9 batter for the Bluefish. Martinez is 1 for 3 today. First pitch to Martinez, swung on, grounded to short. Miranda in front, fields it cleanly, collects, fires to first in time. And folks, we're heading to extra innings, some extra baseball here in Bridgeport today as we move to the top of the 10th inning, all tied up at 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, this is pitcher Eric Neeson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball. Bethpage Ballpark is set. Quacker Jack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Top of the 10th inning from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Mark Schwartz on the call here in the Ducks official YouTube channel. And we have some extra baseball in line for you fans out there. In case you missed the beginning of this game with a 10:35 first pitch, well, and you're just tuning in now, well, you'll get a little bit more baseball than you might have originally anticipated. All tied up at 3 here in the top of the 10th inning. 3 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Bluefish. 3 runs on 7 hits and no errors for the Ducks. A new pitcher on the mound now for the Bridgeport Bluefish, as it is Matt Iannazo, that comes into the game. Iannazo, a 5'9", 170-pound southpaw from Norwalk, Connecticut. So he's a local guy, reached as high as single A, Kane County, in the Cubs farm system in affiliated baseball.
Number 10, Matt Iannazo.
So Iannazo will be on the mound, and he'll work against the 2-3-4 batters for Long Island. Chris McClendon will lead things off for the Ducks. McClendon is 0 for 4 today. Left-handed batter to work against the southpaw Iannazo. Nobody getting loose in the bullpen for the Bluefish, so Iannazo will likely stay in the ballgame despite the right-handed hitting Lou Ford awaiting on deck, alongside the switch hitter Joash Brodeen, as McClendon drops down a beautiful bunt down the first base line, but the southpaw Iannazo fields it himself and tags out McClendon. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the 10th inning. It was a nice idea from McClendon, who seemed a little snake-bitten at the plate as of late. So he dropped down a very nice bunt, but unfortunately for Chris, Iannazo made a nice play, ranging over down the first base line to pick it up and tag him out. And normally you don't see that from a southpaw. You'll normally see lefties have the momentum carrying them towards the third base bag after they throw. But Iannazo was able to make that strong play. So Lou Ford steps in with 1 out here in the top of the 10th inning, tied up at 3. First pitch fastball misses inside, 1-0. Ford is 2 for 4 today with a run scored. The 1-0 to Lou. On the outside corner for a strike, 1-1. Ford with 1 out, singled in the 8th inning. That began the rally for the Ducks, eventually scoring 2 to tie up the ball game at 3. As the changeup misses outside to Ford, and the count moves to 2 balls and 1 strike. Long Island nearly took the lead at the end of that inning with Cody Puckett at second base. John Myers grounded one up the middle. It was a strong defensive play made by Ramon Castro to hold Myers on the 4-3 putout as Ford softly floats one over to shortstop. Catch made by Juan Martinez. And there's quickly 2 outs here in the 10th inning. So 2 outs and nobody on here for the Ducks. And Joash Brodeen will step in. The switch hitter will bat from the right side of the plate for the first time tonight. Or today, I should say. Still an early game. Brodeen is 0 for 2. Has been on base 2 times, though. He's walked both times. As the fastball at the knees for a called strike. 0-1. The ballpark has considerably quieted down since a lot of the school kids have left, as the fastball misses outside to Brodeen, 1-1. It's a little more relaxing setting now at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, as the 1-1 to Brodeen misses. No, it's on the outside corner for a strike. And the count now 1-1. Brodeen against Southpaws this year. He's a 160 batter. Grounds one over to short here. It's fielded by Juan Martinez. He throws over to first, and that will retire the side. So a quick 1-2-3 inning work by Matt Iannazzo here in the top of the 10th. We move to the bottom of the 10th, still tied up at 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is right-hand pitcher Fernando Hernandez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
All 2,000 of us at PSEG Long Island care deeply about our communities. Our company has a long-standing commitment to giving back. And our people, along with our energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, are helping to improve the businesses and towns we all call home. Learn more about how we're working together to better serve our communities. Visit us at psegLINY.com/community.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel. Eric Neeson, the new pitcher for Long Island, as Fernando Hernandez works one scoreless 1-2-3 inning. Neeson comes in the southpaw, the first pitch to James Simmons on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. So Hernandez works a scoreless inning of relief. This Ducks bullpen has been so strong, and Neeson has been front and center for Long Island. Fastball misses low and inside to Simmons. 1 ball and 1 strike. Simmons is 0 for 4 today. Has struck out twice and has also grounded out twice. The leadoff batter for the Bridgeport Bluefish. Entered with a .283 batting average this season, but has not been able to get anything going against the Ducks pitching today. Bobby Blevins was the starter for Long Island. Blevins went 6 innings, allowing 3 runs all earned on 8 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts. He left on the long side of the decision, but was bailed out by the Ducks offense in the top half of the 8th inning. The 1-1 to Simmons is fouled off to the screen behind him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For the Bluefish, DJ Mitchell was the starting pitcher. Mitchell went 7 innings, allowing 1 run earned on 4 hits, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. He left with the lead but Joe Bateman allowed 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning to ruin that for Mitchell, as the curveball from Neeson misses outside, and the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So here's Eric Neeson, now the 4th pitcher used by Long Island today. Brett Lauren worked 2 perfect innings of relief. Fernando Hernandez worked the perfect 9th inning. And Simmons fouls off the fastball here to stay alive. The count remains 2-2. Neeson, one of 5 relief pitchers for Long Island that has still not allowed an earned run this season. He's allowed 2 runs, but both of those were unearned. This now being his 10th appearance of the year to lead the Ducks. Works from the stretch with nobody on. The 2-2. Grounded over to second. Ranging back is Puckett. He fields it cleanly and throws it onto first base for out number 1. So 1 out, nobody on here in the 10th inning. And Sean Burrows, the former big leaguer, will step in. Burrows 2 for 4 with a pair of doubles. 1 run batted in, 1 run scored, and 2 strikeouts as well. He's hurt the Ducks with 3 extra base hits in this series to this point. A lefty-on-lefty matchup here. This is what Kevin Baez wanted when looking at the outset of this inning. First pitch curveball lined into left field right at Adam Bailey. He ranges over and makes the catch for the 2nd out. So 1 pitch and 1 out to Sean Burrows. 2 away overall in the inning. And that'll bring us over to Brandon Boggs, the number 3 batter. Boggs is 2 for 4 as well today. Had an RBI triple back in the 1st inning, which got the scoring started. And he also had a single in the 5th inning. .317 batter this year for Bridgeport. Leads the team in hitting. First pitch from Neeson. Misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Boggs, a switch hitter, batting from the right side of the plate against Neeson. The 1-0. Curveball misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Outfield plays straight up, infield straight up, not really guarding the lines too much, as Boggs takes the fastball upstairs, and Neeson has fallen behind the count 3-0. Ramon Castro awaits on deck for Bridgeport. Castro, a right-handed batter. Nobody getting loose in the Ducks bullpen, however, as Boggs takes a fastball at the knees for a called strike, 3-1. I'm sorry, that's not Castro, it's Cody Overbeck that's getting loose. Overbeck's a right-handed batter as well. The 3-1 to Boggs. Taken upstairs, ball 4. It's the first base runner allowed by Ducks relief pitching today, as they had previously retired the last 12 in order. But a walk allowed by Eric Neeson here. Puts a runner at first base, and Cody Overbeck will step in. Blevins retired the last batter of the 6th inning, and then he was relieved by Brett Lauren in the 7th. Lauren worked the perfect 7th and 8th. Fernando Hernandez worked the perfect 9th. And Neeson recorded the first 2 outs in order here in the 10th before that Boggs walk, as Cody Overbeck takes the first pitch ball low, 1-0. 2 outs here in the last of the 10th inning. We're tied up at 3 in the 2nd game of this 3-game set at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Overbeck lifts one right field shallow. In comes John Myers. He lines it up. He makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. And we head to the 11th inning here at Bridgeport with the Ducks and the Bluefish tied up at 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Top of the 11th inning. At the ballpark at Harbor Yard, Mark Schwartz here on the call. Matt Iannazzo stays on the rubber for the Bluefish, and he'll work against the 5, 6, 7 batters for Long Island. Adam Bailey, followed by Cody Puckett and John Myers. Bailey, a left-handed batter, will lead things off for the Ducks. A lefty-on-lefty matchup here. 3 runs on 8 hits, 1 error for Bridgeport. 3 runs on 7 hits, and no errors for the Ducks. First pitch to Bailey. Slider on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Well, Bailey so far today is 1 for 4. He had a ground rule double down the right field line back in the 8th inning, which helped set up the rally for Long Island as he lifts this one to center field fairly deep, but it's the deepest part of the ballpark. James Simmons camps under it and makes the catch for the first out. Bailey gave that ball a ride, but to straightaway center field, Simmons had plenty of space to work with. So 1 away here in the 10th inning, and that'll bring up Cody Puckett. Puckett had the big 2-out, 2-run single in the top of the 8th inning. The main reason why we are still here in the 11th, as Puckett came up with 2 outs, 2 runners on at second and third, and he blew up the base hit into left field, scoring both Lou Ford and Adam Bailey to tie up the ball game. Takes the first pitch fastball inside for ball 1. Puckett now with a pair of hits today. He's 2 for 4. That'll improve his batting average even more. He's on a 7-game hit streak. As the fastball misses outside to Puckett, 1-1. Cody is yet to go deep for Long Island this season, but he certainly has the power to go yard. He's displayed that throughout his minor league career. The 2-0, grounded softly foul down the third base line. And the count moves to 2-1. Cody with 94 home runs in his minor league career to this point, through 6 seasons of professional baseball, most of which were spent in the Cincinnati Reds farm system, except for last year when he was in the White Sox farm system. The 2-1 to Puckett, taken low, 3 balls and 1 strike. Those numbers were highlighted by a 2009 season, his second year in professional baseball, in which he slugged 19 home runs alongside 19 stolen bases for Single-A Dayton in the Midwest League. As Puckett softly chops one back in front of home plate. Rodriguez out, fields it cleanly, and throws it on to first base in time for the second out. So 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the 11th inning. And John Myers will step to the plate. Myers, another guy that certainly has the power to go deep. Hasn't done it yet this year. Entered today's ballgame with a .214 batting average and 1 run batted in. Today, he is 0 for 2. Has been on base 2 times, however. He walked in the 3rd inning, came around to score the first Ducks run of the ballgame. Was hit by a pitch in the 7th inning. Right-handed batter against the southpaw Iannazzo. First pitch fastball misses high and outside, 1-0. This is now the 4th year of professional baseball for John Myers. He's already hit 46 home runs. Hit 20 for Gateway in 2012 and followed that up with 25 home runs for Gateway in 2013. Lines 1 foul down the first base line out of play, and the count runs even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Iannazzo has been very strong in relief for the Bluefish this season, has not allowed a run in his first 6 appearances, this being his 7th of the year, and entered with 7 innings of work, 5 hits, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. He worked a 1-2-3 top of the 10th to keep the Ducks at bay, and now he'll ask for Luis Rodriguez to come out to the mound, talk things over. Maybe a little miscommunication between the two. 2 outs, a 1-1 count, nobody on base with John Myers at the plate. Then we're all tied up at 3-3 here in the top of the 11th. Long Island scored their first run of the ball game in the third inning to tie it up at 1 apiece after Bridgeport started the scoring with a run in the bottom of the first. The 1-1 to Myers misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike now. Bridgeport then added a run against the Ducks both in the 5th and 6th innings to take a 3-1 lead as Myers lifts one to shallow right center. In comes Jane Simmons, the center fielder. He makes the play, and the inning comes to a close. So another 1-2-3 inning work by Matt Iannazzo as we advance to the bottom of the 11th inning now. We're all tied up at 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Bobby Blevins, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at pseglinY.com/save-money.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Josh Lansford is the new pitcher for Long Island as we move to the bottom of the 11th inning. Now the 5th pitcher used by the Ducks today. Eric Neeson works a scoreless bottom of the 10th inning in which he allows 1 walk. It's the lone base runner that the Ducks bullpen has allowed to this point, as they've now worked 4 innings, allowing just that 1 base runner, that 1 walk allowed by Eric Neeson. So now Josh Lansford, who has been lights out for Long Island so far this year out of the bullpen, comes on to try to keep the Bluefish off the scoreboard here in the bottom of the 11th. Lansford will work against the 5, 6, 7 batters for the Bluefish. Ramon Castro, Luis Lopez, and Denny Almonte all due up. Lansford, brother of Jared Lansford, who was the starting pitcher last Saturday for Long Island in his first appearance of the season, his first start in a Ducks uniform in 3 years. So Josh Lansford, the 6'2", 220-pound righty from Queen Creek, Arizona, will make the appearance here for Long Island. Lansford has worked 7 appearances, 8 total innings without allowing a run, on 7 hits, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. Has allowed just 1 extra base hit. That was a double. So Josh will look to keep the Bluefish off the scoreboard here in the last of the 11th inning as we're tied up at 3 in what has turned into a marathon ball game between these two sides. Ramon Castro is the batter. First pitch slider drops in for a called strike, 0-1. Castro is 1 for 3 today. Singled back in the 6th inning to lead that inning off and eventually came around to score on an RBI double by Luis Rodriguez. The 0-1. Lifted, shallow right, out goes Puckett, in comes Myers. Puckett calls him off and makes the catch, 1 away. That'll bring up Luis Lopez. Now here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Lopez so far today is 0 for 3, walked back in the 4th.
Designated hitter number 19, Luis Lopez.
Lopez has flown out 3 times besides that walk back in the 4th inning. It's the 3rd extra inning ball game of the season for the Ducks. They've lost the previous 2. They lost on the opening night against the Somerset Patriots 3-2 in 15 innings. As the first pitch to Lopez is in there for a called strike, 0-1. They lost on May 6th to the Lancaster Barnstormers, the first game of that 3-game series. They lost 5-4 in 10 innings after a Yusuke Kajimoto solo home run in the top of the 10th. As Lopez takes a fastball in the outside corner here, and the count moves to 0-2. So you'd think once you get to a bullpen battle that the Ducks would normally have the advantage, considering how strong they've been so far this season. But they're 0-2 in extra inning affairs so far, as Lopez fouls off the fastball to stay alive. The count remains 0-2. I'd say probably maybe about 50 or 60 fans left in the ballpark here in Bridgeport to see the conclusion of this afternoon game. The 0-2 to Lopez. Misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Again, Lansford, the 5th pitcher used by Long Island today. Bobby Blevins, the starter for the Ducks, went 6 innings, allowing 3 runs. And since that point, 4 different Ducks relievers have combined. Well, 3 different, now including Lansford 4, have combined to keep Bridgeport off the scoreboard as Lopez fouls off the inside fastball to stay alive. The count remains at 1-2. Lopez, a right-handed batter, working against the righty Lansford with the stretch with nobody on base. The 1-2 is grounded up the middle. Miranda ranges over. He fields it cleanly and throws it onto first base in time. 2 away. So 2 outs and nobody on now, and Denny Almonte will step in. Almonte, the starter in right field today, giving Prentice Redmond the day off. And Almonte has gone 1 for 4 from the plate. He had a base hit his first at bat back in the 2nd inning and stole second base. He was stranded there, and since then has been held hitless over his last 3 at bats. Left-handed batter, 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch to Almonte misses low, 1-0. Almonte entered today's ballgame with a .257 batting average, 1 home run, and 4 runs batted in. Lansford from the stretch, the 1-0. Swung on and fouled off to the backstop, 1-1. Luis Rodriguez awaits on deck, hoping for the opportunity. If the Ducks can advance it into the top of the 12th inning, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 batters due up. The 1-1 here to Almonte. Changeup misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. We've officially passed the 3-hour mark in today's ballgame. It was a relatively quick first 9 innings, but now we're in extras here in the bottom of the 11th. The 2-1 to Almonte misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike now to the left-handed hitting Almonte. Lansford has not allowed a walk yet this season, this now being his 8th appearance. He comes set, works from the stretch. The 3-1. Outside, ball 4. Check swing. Did he go around? No, says the third base umpire. The second walk allowed in as many innings by Ducks relievers. Eric Neeson allowed a walk in the bottom of the 10th. Now here, Lansford allows a walk in the 11th. So Almonte will take first base, and Luis Rodriguez will step in to the plate for Bridgeport. Rodriguez had a big 2-out double into the right center field gap back in the 6th inning, which increased the Bridgeport lead out to 3-1 at the time. Came against Bobby Blevins in his last inning of work. Blevins was ahead in the count, 1-2. Rodriguez had just barely made contact with a fastball to stay alive, and then the next pitch was able to tap it over the right center field gap, which scored Ramon Castro from first base and gave the Bluefish their 3-1 lead. So Rodriguez, a right-handed batter, steps in here against Lansford, and once again, Jared will throw over to first base, and Almonte dives back in safely. Almonte with 2 stolen bases this year for the Bluefish, tied for the team lead. I'll make that 3 now, actually, after his stolen base back in the 2nd inning. So he's certainly a threat to take off, and Lansford certainly remaining cognizant of him, and he'll throw over a 3rd time. And Almonte once again dives back in safely. I'm sure Bridgeport would like to get Almonte in scoring position here to try to win this ball game. But Lansford trying to prevent just that. Rodriguez at the plate. Lansford works from the stretch. First pitch to Rodriguez is a slider, misses outside, 1-0. Almonte being held on at first base by Joash Brodeen. Rodriguez at the plate. The 1-0. Swung on and fouled off over the screen and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike now. After Luis Rodriguez, it's Juan Martinez hoping for an opportunity. But Lansford, the 5th pitcher of the ball game for the Ducks, trying to hold Bridgeport off the scoreboard. All tied up at 3 here in the last of the 11th inning in the second meeting between these two sides this year. Lansford comes set. The 1-1. Fastball. Outside corner for a called strike, 1-2. 3 runs on 7 hits, no errors for the Ducks. 3 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Bluefish. But both teams have been held in check since the Ducks put up 2 runs in the 8th inning. Lansford from the stretch, the 1-2. Grounded softly to short. Miranda in front, fields it cleanly. The toss to second in time. And we're heading to the 12th inning here in Bridgeport. Still all tied up at 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Top of the 12th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call. A marathon ball game between these two sides extends at least one more inning as a new pitcher comes out to the mound for Bridgeport. The day is done for Matt Iannazzo, who went 2 relief innings without allowing a run. A strong effort from Iannazzo, and Bridgeport will look to parlay that success into a scoreless top of the 12th inning here. As the new pitcher on the mound for Bridgeport is Jay Chapman, a 6', 185-pound right-handed reliever from Lynn Haven, Florida. Former big leaguer, last played with the Iowa Cubs, the AAA affiliate of the Chicago Cubs, last season. So he'll be on the mound here, and he'll work against the 8, 9, and 1 batters due up for Long Island, Brian Peacock, Sergio Miranda, and then back to the top of the order, and Phelan Lentini. The Ducks have been held in check since we've advanced to the extra inning. Well, actually, going back to the 9th inning. The last 9 batters have all been retired in order by both Jay Bateman and Matt Iannazzo. So Brian Peacock will look to stop that trend here. Peacock is 0 for 3 with a walk today. And Chapman on the rubber, trying to keep the Ducks off the board and give Bridgeport another opportunity to win it in the bottom of the 12th. First pitch to Peacock, fastball at the knees for a called strike, 0-1. Chapman this year has appeared in 4 games as relief for Bridgeport. He's tossed 3 1/3 innings so far. 1 hit, no runs, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. A right-hander working from the stretch with nobody on base. The 0-1. In there for a called strike, and Peacock quickly falls behind. No balls and 2 strikes. What originally seemed like an opportunity for some of these Ducks to relax in the afternoon after an early 10:35 start has turned into a game that is approaching 3.5 hours long. The 0-2 to Peacock. Misses low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infield plays back. Outfield plays straight up. Nobody guarding the lines against Peacock. Nobody on base. Tied up at 3 apiece here in the top of the 12th inning. Sergio Miranda awaits on deck. Chapman comes set. He'll work from the stretch. The 1-2 to Peacock. Swing and a missed strike 3. Third time that Peacock has been set down on strikes today. And Sergio Miranda will step in now, 1 for 4. Miranda's lone hit came back in the 3rd inning. It was an RBI single which scored the Ducks' first run of the ball game. He has since gone hitless in his last 3 at-bats. A switch hitter will now bat back from the left side of the plate after he batted right-handed against Matt Iannazzo. Chapman comes set. First pitch to Miranda. Changeup misses outside, 1-0. Well, once we've hit the later stages in this ball game, the offense has severely dropped off for both sides. Neither team has really gotten any good swings off the recent slew of relievers. The 1-0 to Miranda. Misses low. 2 balls and no strikes. Sergio trying to get on base for Phelan Lentini, who awaits on deck. A little bit of a shift here along the infield for Bridgeport as Juan Martinez, the shortstop, shaded towards second base. Sean Burrows playing significantly off the third base line. The 2-0 to Miranda is in there for a called strike, 2-1. Miranda in his last at-bat in the top of the 9th inning narrowly missed what seemed as though with the naked eye to be a double down the left field line. The third base umpire, Derek Moshe, said that it just landed foul despite the plea from Ducks manager Kevin Baez. The 2-1 to Miranda, lifted into right center field, and that's going to drop for a base hit. Camping over it now is Danny Almonte, but it's a base hit for Sergio Miranda, the 8th hit of the ball game for Long Island, and the first base runner the Ducks have had since the 8th inning. So a 1-out base runner for Long Island. That'll bring us back to the top of the order in Phelan Lentini. And right now this chance looking as good as any for Long Island to try to grab a lead. Dan Lyons will come into the ballgame as a pinch runner, however, for the Ducks. So Miranda takes a seat in the Ducks dugout. Dan Lyons will come in and will likely play shortstop in the bottom half of this inning. So it kind of works as a defensive replacement also, though Miranda has had a very strong defensive game for Long Island. But this is a good opportunity for the Ducks to try to grab the lead here in the top of the 12th inning. Phelan Lentini at the plate. First pitch fastball at the knees for a called strike, 0-1. Lyons leads off of first base with solid speed. He has 2 stolen bases this year, second most on the team behind Lentini, who has 3. Chapman comes set. The 0-1 to Lentini is popped up along the infield. Fair territory. Burrows camps under it, blocks the sun out with his hand, and makes the catch for the second out. And Lyons has to hold at first base. So 2 outs on a runner at first for the Ducks, and Chris McClendon will step in. McClendon is 0 for 5 today. Tried to reach on a bunt back in the 10th inning. He dropped down a very nice bunt down the first base line. He pulled it, almost like a drag bunt, with the lefty Matt Iannazzo on the mound. But Iannazzo was able to collect the ball cleanly and tag out McClendon right before the first base bag to prevent McClendon from getting his first hit of the ball game. Lyons leads off of first base here with Chris at the plate. First pitch to McClendon, grounded to the right side. Over is the first baseman, Overbeck. He fields it cleanly, steps on the bag in time, and the side is retired. So the Ducks get a 1-out base runner, but strand him at first base. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on. We move to the bottom of the 12th inning. Still tied at 3 here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Bottom of the 12th inning now here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call on the Ducks official YouTube channel. Jared Lansford remains on the rubber for Long Island. He'll work his second inning of relief after he tossed a scoreless inning in the bottom of the 11th, allowed a 2-out walk to Denny Almonte, but limited the damage to just that. It'll be the 9-1-2 batters due up for the Bluefish here in the bottom of the 12th. Juan Martinez will lead things off. Then back to the top of the order, James Simmons and Sean Burrows. Again, it's the third extra inning ball game the Ducks have played in this year. They're 0-2 so far. They lost on opening night to the Somerset Patriots in 15 innings, 3-2, and lost on May 6th to the Lancaster Barnstormers 5-4 after a solo home run in the top of the 10th inning by Yusuke Kajimoto. So Martinez will lead things off here for the Bluefish in the last of the 12th. Martinez is 1 for 4 today, singled back in the 5th inning, advanced to second on a passed ball, and then scored on a double by Sean Burrows. 3 runs on 8 hits for both sides. The lone difference in the line score, Bridgeport has 1 error. The Ducks have not made an error yet today. First pitch to Martinez, grounded to the left side. A backhanded stop made by McClendon. His throw to first in time, 1 away. A strong defensive play made by Chris McClendon, sliding to his left, tracking that ball down, spinning around and throwing out Martinez at first base. 1 pitch and 1 out. And that'll bring up James Simmons. Simmons steps in now 0 for 5 today. Looking to turn things around against Jared Lansford here. But Bridgeport almost had the leadoff base runner on in the bottom of the 12th inning, but a fine defensive play made by McClendon. First pitch to Simmons, a fastball in there for a strike. 0-1. Infield plays back, guarding the lines a little bit. Outfield straight up against Simmons, the 0-1. Lifted to left field, shallow. In comes Bailey, protects his eyes from the sun with his glove, reaches up and makes the catch for the second out. So 2 outs and nobody on. Sean Burrows will be the batter. Again, the Ducks bullpen has really settled down nicely today.
Third baseman, number 11.
They've only allowed 2 base runners now, and we're working in the 5th inning of relief for Long Island. Both of those base runners just coming as 2-out walks without any further damage being done. The Ducks bullpen has held Bridgeport hitless through these last 4 2/3 innings of relief. Lansford trying to make that a full 5 innings of relief against Sean Burrows here, as the first pitch fastball misses outside, 1-0. Burrows is 2 for 5 today now, with a pair of doubles, a run scored in the first inning, a run batted in the 5th. The 1-0. Swung on and grounded softly to short. The Lions in front of it, fields it cleanly, on to first in time, and we head to the 13th inning. As both offenses have turned somewhat anemic in the later stages of this ball game. So tied at 3, on to the 13th we go on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Hi, this is Joash Bodine, first baseman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding health care right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball. Beth Page Ballpark is set. Quacker Jack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Top of the 13th inning here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call. Fans, thank you so much for joining us here on this Wednesday morning, which has turned into a Wednesday afternoon, and at the current pace that we're going at, might as well become a Wednesday evening. It's the 13th inning between these two sides, and we remain tied up at 3 apiece. 3 runs on 8 hits, no errors for Long Island. 3 runs on 8 hits and 1 error for the Bluefish. And at this point, I believe the Bluefish are starting to run out of in-between inning songs to play. Pretty sure I've heard this song played before earlier in this ball game. Either way, staying on the mound for the Bluefish here in the top of the 13th inning is Jay Chapman. He worked a scoreless top of the 12th against the Ducks. And here in the 13th, Long Island will have the heart of their order due up. Lou Ford, Joe Brodeen, and Adam Bailey. And as good a time as any for one of them to go a yard and to put the Ducks out on top. Long Island had a 1-out base runner in the top of the 12th inning when Sergio Miranda singled to right center field. Dan Lyons came on as a pinch runner and stayed in the ball game as a defensive replacement. But at that point, after Lyons went on base, Phelan Lentini flew out to the third baseman Sean Burrows, and Chris McClendon grounded out to first to end that inning. So Lou Ford will begin things here in the top of the 13th against the righty Jay Chapman. First pitch to Ford is a fastball that misses low, 1-0. Ford now 2 for 5 today. Had a pair of singles, one in the 6th inning, one in the 8th, including that one in the 8th, which started off a rally. He came around to score, which tied the ball game up at 2. The 1-0 to Ford, drilled down the left field line, foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lou's got 2 home runs this year alongside 14 runs batted in. His 14 ribeye stakes, good for 3rd most in the Atlantic League, behind a pair of middle-of-the-order batters for the Barnstormers, Blake Galen and Cole Garner. Chapman comes set. The 1-1 to Ford. Fastball taken upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike now. Jay Chapman is the 4th pitcher used by the Bluefish today. 3rd reliever. DJ Mitchell went 7 innings, allowing 1 run on 4 hits, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Joe Bateman then went 2 innings, including allowing a pair of runs in the top of the 8th, the reason we're still here, as Ford lifts 1 foul down the first base line that'll land out of play. And the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matt Iannazzo then worked 2 scoreless innings of relief as well for the Bridgeport Bluefish, before Jay Chapman came on in the last inning, kept the Ducks off the board. Now Chapman's in there for his 2nd inning of work as a reliever as well. Last played in a game May 8th against the York Revolution. From the stretch, the 2-2 to Ford. Misses inside, nearly hits him. And the count runs full at 3-2. Joe Brodeen awaiting on deck. He has 2 home runs in his last 4 games. But right now, Ford just trying to get on base and start something off for the Ducks here in the top of the 13th. Once again, here comes Chapman. He comes set. The payoff pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Chapman works and strikes out Lou Ford, 1 away here in the 13th inning. And Joash Brodeen will be the batter.
First baseman, number 22,
Brodeen 0 for 3 with a pair of walks. Again, he had been playing much better as of late. In his last 4 games, he's raised his batting average from 135 up to 200. It's dipped a little bit here with his 0 for 3 performance, but he has been on base twice. The Bluefish put on a shift against Brodeen. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Against the righty Chapman, first pitch fastball on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. At second base, Ramon Castro is playing along the outfield grass in shallow right field. At first base, Cody Overbeck is guarding the line. Juan Martinez at shortstop is shaded towards the second base bag, and Sean Burrows is significantly off the line. The 0-1 to Brodeen. Check swing, did he go? No, he did not, and the count runs even at 1-1. Despite the infield shift on Brodeen, the outfield playing straight up. So the Bluefish mindset, if Brodeen's going to hit it on the ground, he's going to hit it to the right side. If he hits it in the air, it could go anywhere. The 1-1 to Joash. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Not a strong swing there from Brodeen out in front of a changeup. And Chapman's worked ahead in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tied up at 3 apiece here in the top of the 13th inning in the second game of this 3-game set between these two sides. First meeting of the season between the Bluefish and the Ducks. The 1-2 pitch to Brodeen. Misses high and outside. And the count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Turned out to be a nice day here in Connecticut. Not a lot of overcast anymore. The sun's come out. High 50s, low 60s. Chapman from the stretch. The 2-2 to Brodeen. Misses in the dirt. Ball 3. Now a full count against Joash with Adam Bailey awaiting on deck. Bailey, another player as good as any on this Ducks team, as a threat to go yard and to give Long Island the lead. 3 runs on 8 hits. No errors for the Ducks. 3 runs on 8 hits. And 1 error for the Bluefish. Brodeen has 2 home runs this season. Both have come in the last 4 days. They came in consecutive nights against the Lancaster Barnstormers Friday night and Saturday night. Chapman from the stretch, the payoff pitch. Swung on, lifted deep right field. But going over is Almonte towards the warning track along the line, and he's able to make the catch for the second out. Well, off the bat, I thought Brodeen got all of that one, but it died in right field down the line. And Almonte was able to make the catch for the second out. Boy, off the bat, that had the correct trajectory. It had the right sound, and I thought that ball was leaving the ballpark. But it died out in right field, 325 down the line here in Bridgeport. If we were still in Lancaster, that was probably a home run because of that short porch in right field. But not so much here. We remain tied at 3, 2 outs, and Adam Bailey at the plate. Chapman works from the stretch again, comes set, first pitch to Bailey, fastball outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Nearly a home run from Joash Brodeen to give the Ducks the lead. Now all the Ducks on the top of the step of their dugout, watching Bailey at the plate. The 0-1. Swung on, grounded softly to third. Bowers in front, fields it cleanly. The throw to first in time, and the side is retired. Another 1-2-3 inning worked by Jay Chapman. As we move to the bottom of the 13th inning, we remain tied at 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Sean Garceau, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolak paving stones and walls. Nicolak's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolak. Visit the Nicolak Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicolak.com.
Let Nicolak Pavers, Nicolak Pavers, pave your way.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your back-to-back Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks president and general manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first right here about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 15th anniversary season. Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call here on the Ducks official YouTube channel. 3-3 is the score in the bottom of the 13th, and a new pitcher on the mound for the Ducks. Will now be their 6th pitcher of the ball game. Jeremy Accardo steps in for Long Island. He pitched last night, worked a third of an inning, and was able to work out of a jam to keep the Bluefish off the board in the bottom of that 8th inning. And he'll try to keep the Bluefish off the board once again here, now in the bottom of the 13th, as Accardo will now work against the 3-4-5 batters for the Bluefish. Brandon Boggs, followed up by Cody Overbeck and Ramon Castro. Accardo will work from the stretch with nobody on base against Brandon Boggs, switch hitter batting from the left side. First pitch swinging, bloops it over to short, lines out in shallow left field, makes the catch, one away. So quickly, one pitch and one out here in the last of the 13th inning.
Pitching for the Long Island Ducks, number 11, Jeremy Accardo.
So one out, and that'll bring up Cody Overbeck. Overbeck today has been held without a hit. He is 0 for 5, including a grounding into a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play back in the 5th inning. Seems like a couple of years ago. First pitch to Overbeck is a fastball that misses upstairs, 1-0. Accardo today is now making his 10th appearance of the season for Long Island. It ties him with Eric Neeson for the team lead in appearances, as Overbeck grounds one through the hole on the left side and into left field for a base hit. Well, it's the first hit allowed by Ducks relief pitching today, as they had previously gone their 5 1/3 innings of relief without allowing a single hit. They had allowed 2 walks, but not a hit. That's the first one. And now the winning run for Bridgeport stands at first base, and Ramon Castro will be the batter. Castro is 1 for 3 today. Sorry, 1 for 4. Also has a walk, a run scored, and a stolen base. First pitch to Castro, swing and a miss, strike 1. Castro with a healthy cut there. A little late on the fastball. Entered today's game with a .333 batting average. He has a very much closed stance at the plate, where his front foot, his left foot, because he's a right-handed batter, is much closer to home plate than his back foot, which is something you don't normally see every day in baseball nowadays, as he fouls off the fastball. And he quickly falls behind in the count, 0-2. Overbeck being held on at first base by Joash Brodeen. Jeremy Accardo trying to keep the Ducks tied up with Bridgeport and give Long Island's offense another opportunity in the top half of the what would be 14th inning to take the lead. Changeup misses low to Castro, 1-2. Accardo this season is 3-1 in his previous 9 appearances with a 3.72 earned run average. 9 2/3 innings of work. He's allowed 4 runs, all earned, 9 hits, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts. From the stretch, the 1-2 to Castro, lifted down the left field line. That'll fall foul, and the count stays at 1-2. Accardo leads the team and wins with 3, despite being a relief pitcher. It's just one of those seasons where every time a reliever will normally have one season in his career where, for whatever reason, it just factor into the decision more often than not. And so far, it's been that kind of a start for Accardo. 9 appearances, he's already factored into a decision 4 times. The fastball misses low to Castro, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. An Amtrak train slowly pulling into the Bridgeport station here beyond the center field fence, which is why you could hear that train so prominently. Thanks in large part to our wonderful boom microphone. The 2-2 to Castro is fouled off out of play, and the count stays even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So there's still about 50 or 60 fans left at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to see the completion of this game. And if you've already been here for this long, why not just stay and finish things off? I'll be here. Might as well see the finale of this game. The 2-2 to Castro is grounded through the hole on the left side. Consecutive base hits for the Bluefish. And now the go-ahead and winning run will lead off of second base in scoring position with 1 out. And Luis Lopez will be the batter.
The designated hitter, number 19, Luis Lopez.
So after the Ducks bullpen had held the Bluefish without a hit through their first 5 1/3 innings of relief today, Jeremy Accardo allows consecutive ground ball base hits to Cody Overbeck and Ramon Castro. And now Luis Lopez, the longtime Sound Tiger, has an opportunity to win the game for Bridgeport with 1 swing of the bat. Overbeck will lead off of second base. He doesn't present great speed, but the Bluefish are hurt a little bit with some injuries, so not sure if they have somebody to pinch run for him. Nonetheless, he'll stay in the ballgame. First pitch to Luis Lopez is lined into left field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Bailey over, he fields it. He'll throw the ball home. Overbeck racing around third. He comes in to score, and the ball game is over. A walk-off RBI single by Luis Lopez. And in the bottom of the 13th inning, the Bridgeport Bluefish defeat the Long Island Ducks by a final score of 4-3. A tough loss for Long Island, and a game that ends in jubilation for the Bluefish. We'll take a break, come back, and wrap up the game that was on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey fans, this is catcher Brian Peacock, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Bring your birthday to the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available for the 2014 season. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Mark Schwartz on the call as the Bridgeport Bluefish defeat the Long Island Ducks by a final score of 4-3. Luis Lopez with the RBI single in the bottom of the 13th inning, the deciding hit in today's ballgame. As we recap what was certainly a long ballgame, an interesting one at that. Ducks starter Bobby Blevins went 6 innings, allowing 3 runs on 8 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts. He left on the hook on the long side of things after he had allowed an RBI triple to Brandon Boggs in the bottom half of the first inning to give Bridgeport the early 1-0 lead. Long Island responded with a run in the top of the third on a Sergio Miranda RBI single, his first run batted in of the season for the Ducks. But the Bluefish added a run in the 5th and a run in the 6th. In the 5th inning was an RBI double by Sean Burrows, and in the 6th inning, an RBI double by Luis Rodriguez extended the Bluefish lead out to 3-1. So Blevins exited the game. DJ Mitchell, the starter for Bridgeport, went 7 strong innings, allowing just 1 run earned. on 4 hits, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. So it was 3-1 Bluefish when we went to the top of the 8th inning. Chris McClendon led off by flying out to left field. Lou Ford then singled to get the rally started. Joash Brodeen flew out to first base on the first pitch to make it 2 outs and a runner at first. Adam Bailey then with a ground rule double down the right field line to put runners at second and third and 2 outs. And Cody Puckett with a 2-out, 2-run single to shallow left field tied up the ball game at 3 apiece. And from that point on, it was all relief pitching for both sides, as we wouldn't have another run scored until the bottom of the 13th inning, as the Ducks' first 4 relief pitchers combined to work 5 innings of scoreless, hitless relief, allowing just 2 walks in the process. The same can be said for the Bluefish bullpen, who was extremely strong as well. And the bottom of the 13th inning, Jeremy Accardo came in for the Ducks with 1 out, allowed a single to Cody Overbeck, then a single to Ramon Castro, and finally an RBI game-winning single to Luis Lopez, and the Bridgeport Bluefish win by a final score of 4-3. So with the win, the Bluefish improved to 10-8 this season. The Ducks fall to 8-9 this year as well. Jay Chapman gets the win for Bridgeport. He improves to 1-0 this year. Jeremy Accardo receives the loss. He drops to 3-2. No save recorded in today's ballgame. So we'll take our final break. When we come back, hand out the Nicolak Player of the Game honors, as well as go over the out-of-town scores in the Atlantic League for one final time. As your score here in Bridgeport, Connecticut, it's Bridgeport Bluefish 4 and the Long Island Ducks 3 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, this is right-handed pitcher Josh Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at pseglyny.com/save money.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire 15th anniversary season through live chats with Ducks players and exclusive video clips. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Life is better here.
And welcome back to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for the final time tonight, as the Long Island Ducks fall in 13 innings to the Bridgeport Bluefish by a final score of 4-3. Time to hand out the Nicolak Player of the Game honors. Today, the Nicolak Player of the Game is Luis Lopez. He went just 1 for 5 from the plate, including a walk, but that one hit was a game-winning RBI single in the bottom of the 13th against Jeremy Accardo to win it for the Bluefish 4-3. So Luis Lopez is the Nicolak Player of the Game. Nicolak Retaining Walls and Paving Stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 15 years. Final time checking the out-of-town scoreboard in the Atlantic League. The Ducks lose to the Bridgeport Bluefish 4-3 here at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Sugarland Skeeters defeat the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 1-0 down at Southern Maryland Regency Furniture Stadium. And then 2 games later today in the Atlantic League, Clipper Magazine Stadium will host the York Revolution against the Lancaster Barnstormers at 7 o'clock. And then the Camden River Sharks face off against the Somerset Patriots at TD Bank Ballpark at 7:05. So that'll wrap up our broadcast here today from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. These two teams will face off one more time in this series. That comes tomorrow night here in Bridgeport. A 7:05 first pitch scheduled between these two sides. Once again, your final score from Bridgeport, it's Bridgeport Bluefish 4 and the Long Island Ducks 3. For everyone involved with the broadcast, I'm Mark Schwartz signing off from Bridgeport. Have a pleasant rest of your afternoon and rest of your evening, everybody. Good night.